Tonight, let the day set itself down. There's nothing left to carry, nothing left to solve. These gentle Buddhist tales are simple lanterns placed along a quiet path. Small lights to help your mind soften and drift. Each chapter is a slow breath. Stories about moonlight on water, a teacup warming your hands, wind in bamboo, and the kindness that lives underneath everything. Listen loosely. If you fall asleep, the stories will keep walking without you. If you wake, they'll still be here, calm as a lake at dawn. Breathe in, breathe out. Let's begin. The hillside has already given its heat back to the sky. Paths that were bright and dusty an hour ago are now soft and cool, and the temple sits like a dark, patient stone above the town. In a small room with a paper window and a floor that remembers every footstep, a novice kneels and brings a flame to a lantern. Oil takes the fire without complaint. The wick catches. A small sun opens. At first the light is shy. It rests in the lantern's belly, a pearl cupped in thin ribs of bamboo. Then it spills out in gentle squares across the floor, climbs the wall, and touches the beams that carry the roof. The room breathes. Shadows adjust themselves the way sleeping cats do. A moth appears and makes a slow circle, as if greeting an old friend who has just arrived home. The night breeze enters, as if it belongs to the place. It comes through the seam of the sliding door, through the paper window, through the gaps where wood, time and weather have shaken hands. It has the temperature of a stream in a pine forest and the smell of damp earth and tatami. The flame leans. The lantern's skin glows brighter where the breeze presses, then relaxes when the air moves on. Lean, rise, lean, rise. The flicker is so gentle it feels like a heartbeat made of light. The novice watches until watching becomes the whole of him. His shoulders forget their errands. His jaw loosens. He does not reach to protect the flame, does not fuss with the sliding door, does not cup his hand around the wick. He has tried those things on other nights and learned what the lantern already knows. The breeze is not an enemy, and the room is not a battlefield. A palm cannot hold the sky still. Footsteps pass along the wooden walkway outside. They are light, unhurried, almost part of the crickets. The teacher appears in the doorway, sleeves gathered, an old kettle cradled like a sleeping bird. He does not greet or interrupt. He inclines his head, and the novice bows in return. The bow of evening when words are unnecessary, because the day has already said too much. The kettle sets down with a small round sound. Water meets the clay pot. Steam rises in soft lines that curl and vanish. 2 cups are placed side by side on the floor, a matched pair that have lived together for years. Tea leaves unfurl like tiny scrolls that never needed writing. The lantern finds the steam and turns it to gold. The breeze brushes the cups, making their surfaces quiver, as if the tea itself has begun to breathe. They drink without ceremony. The teacher holds his cup with both hands. The novice follows, palms warming, fingers wrapping around the ordinary miracle of heat traveling through clay. The first sip is a quiet bell struck somewhere behind the heart. The second sip is a path smoothing underfoot. The third carries a hint of grass and smoke, a memory of rain that fell in a distant valley. Tea is a traveller that remembers its journey. The lantern falters and stands. The breeze arrives and goes. The novice notices his chest doing the same, lift and fall, light and dim. He keeps noticing. The noticing grows wider until it includes the aching in his knees, the release at the back of his neck, the slow rhythm of a far-off drum that is only his pulse. The teacher says nothing because nothing is missing. The room is full of the kind of conversation that does not require mouths. Outside, a nightbird crosses the slope, writing a brief note on the dark. Somewhere in the cedar grove, a twig gives up and becomes part of the forest floor. Far below, in the town, a door closes and a pot lid lifts and laughter opens on a balcony. All of these sounds travel to the temple and arrive softened, like stones rounded by the same river. The novice remembers mornings when he tried to hold his mind absolutely still, as if stillness were a test that only the stubborn could pass. He would tighten his focus until it made a thin whistle in his head. He would fight every breeze that crossed his thoughts, swatting at them like flies, and then feel tired and oddly hollow, like a drum beaten too long. Tonight he lets the room teach him in its natural language. The flame does not refuse movement, it includes it. Light keeps being light, even as it bows. He studies the lantern's shape. Bamboo ribs, paper skin speckled with old smudges, a little nick where it once fell and was mended. He studies the way the flame never actually stops moving even when it seems to. Tiny shifts, tiny replies. A dancer too small to follow with the eye and easy to feel with the skin. The breeze is not one thing but many threads braided together, cooler where it comes through the floor, warmer where it passes near the kettle, flavored differently near the door than by the window. The room is full of currents the way a lake is full of streams nobody sees. The teacher pours a little more tea and sets the kettle aside. He lifts his cup, holds it briefly to his cheek, then to his forehead, as if greeting an old ancestor. The novice mirrors the gesture, not out of imitation, but because the motion makes sense to his bones. Warmth meets skin. Mind meets warmth. Something wordless meets something wordless and recognizes itself. A small gecko creeps from the shadow of the shelf and pauses halfway up the paper wall, a pale comma in a sentence the night is writing. Its throat pulses in a quick rhythm. It sits perfectly still for a time, then flicks its tail and moves on. The lantern paints it gold for a few steps and then lets it disappear back into the story of the room. The novice's breath deepens. He feels the moment before each inhale, the soft empty that is not loneliness, the fertile pause where the next breath gathers. He rests his attention there, in the quiet doorway between movements, and the mind relaxes the way a hand relaxes when it trusts its grip. He wonders if this is what the teacher means when he says nothing. The thought rises and falls like the flame and does not disturb the tea. Wind touches the lantern a little more firmly. The flame bows almost to the wick, then rises without complaint. The novice feels the old impulse to shield it, the old story that safety comes from control. He watches the impulse the way he would watch a fish turn in clear water. It is allowed, then it swims away. The flame keeps its shape. Perhaps the shape of a flame is exactly this willingness to be shaped. The teacher looks at the window. The paper is a soft square of moonless night. The lattice throws a patient geometry onto the floor. The teacher's gaze returns to the lantern and then to the novice. His eyes have the shine of wet stones in a creek. He places his cup down with care. The sound is a syllable of stone speaking to wood, barely heard above the hush of crickets. Once, when the novice was new to the temple, a storm had come up from the coast. The night yawned open and filled with thunder. The lanterns blew out, and the walkway became a brook. The novice had tried to save everything at once, the mats, the scrolls, the kettle, the candle stubs, and had ended up soaked, breathless, and angry at the sky. He had knocked a cup from a shelf and watched it shatter into 6 neat pieces that seemed to glare back at him. The teacher had arrived with a rag and a smile. They had wiped water from the floor together. They had placed the broken pieces on the table like fallen leaves. In the morning, a potter from the village had repaired the cup with a line of gold where the crack had been. And the novice had learned that some breaks are not failures but seams where care can live. He thinks of that cup now. He traces its gold seam in the air with a forefinger. The lantern notices and throws a quiet glow along the path his finger draws. The breeze touches the line and erases it. The novice lets the line go with gratitude. Tea lowers in the cups. Warmth lowers in the kettle. The teacher folds his hands and rests them in his lap. The novice follows. Hands become two sleeping birds. The body knows where to put them without being told. The breath moves through the small corridors of the chest and belly, dusting them with calm. The mind, which had worn a busy jacket all day, takes it off and hangs it on a hook near the door. Voices pass in the courtyard and fade. A bell in the far hall gives a single note that does not announce anything in particular. It is simply the sound of metal remembering mountains. The novice hears the bell, and not the idea of the bell. The lantern hears it too, and seems to steady in appreciation. He rests his attention on the place where the flame meets the wick. That meeting point is a tiny temple. Fuel rises and becomes light. Light rises and becomes space. Space receives and becomes ease. The novice breathes as if the breath is the breeze that visits that temple. Arrival, touch, departure. Nothing is trapped. Nothing is missing. Even the moth, tired now, settles against the paper and becomes a small silhouette shaped like a leaf. A thin crack in the floorboard emits a thread of cooler air. The novice's ankle senses it. A shoulder registers the warmer patch near the kettle. He does not leave his posture to correct or chase. He lets the body be a map that does not require travel. Every sensation is a lit village, and the night roads connecting them are easy. The teacher reaches forward and, with a small motion as deliberate as a bow, adjusts the lantern's wick a fraction. The flame narrows and lengthens, a slender reed. The room's shadows reposition themselves. A corner that had been satisfied with darkness accepts a little light. The teacher withdraws his hand. The novice feels the echo of that motion all the way down to the soles of his feet. There is a story the novice has carried since childhood, about being good, about being correct, about getting every movement exactly right as if the world kept score. It is a tight story and has sharp little edges. In the lantern's company, under the teacher's quiet, the story loosens. Its pages turn into leaves, the leaves turn into breeze. The breeze moves through the flame, and the flame keeps being flame. The score dissolves into song, and the song has no need to be measured. A cloud crosses the hill, and the room dims slightly. The lantern brightens in response, doing what lanterns do without argument or pride. The novice feels the room holding itself, a simple, complete act. The wooden beam holds the roof, the floor holds the cup, the window holds the night, the breeze holds the scent of cedar and the whisper of the far stream. The flame holds a small section of the dark and makes it visible. He does not need to hold anything more than his seat and his breath. Even those are not possessions, only arrivals and departures. He notices the moment when thought becomes thinking, when a single seed becomes a vine that wants to climb the whole wall. He returns to the lantern each time with the friendliness one shows to a cat that wanders in and out of the room. Nothing is banished, nothing is invited to take over. The cat circles the ankles and lies down. The gecko ventures back, now near the ceiling beam. It pauses, and opens its mouth in silence. Perhaps it eats a tiny moth nobody else can see. Perhaps it simply enjoys the taste of evening. The lantern honors its hunt with a steady glow. The novice smiles with half his face, the half that knows not to disturb a working creature. Steam has thinned to a suggestion. The kettle sighs as its metal cools. The teacher places a fingertip on the iron lid to test, then settles it with an affection that needs no name. The novice mirrors the sigh without meaning to. The body borrows and returns these things all the time, the way neighbors borrow salt. Wind gathers itself and passes more firmly through the window. The flame bends deep and recovers. The lantern's paper makes a tiny drum sound. The novice feels the air on the soft skin under his ears and in the hollow at the base of his throat. The breeze is wearing small bells. Each bell is a patch of coolness that rings for a moment and fades. He sits inside the music. A memory steps through the door as quietly as the teacher did earlier. It is of the novice's mother in a low kitchen, lowering a pot lid so that it does not rattle a sleeping infant. Her hands move with the same care the teacher uses now. He sees the line between those cares draw itself across years. The lantern brightens at the thought and then lets it go. The breeze takes it, not to erase it, but to set it with the others on the shelf of the night. When the teacher finally speaks, his voice is as soft as the paper window. He says a single word that could be a name for the flame, or for the breeze, or for the way the two share a room. The word lands and rests. The novice does not grip it. He lets it be another cup placed gently on the floor. They sit until sitting becomes walking through a garden where nothing needs pulling. The breath continues. The lantern continues. The night continues. The temple holds everything with the generosity of old wood. The novice's eyes half close and open again, the way a lake closes over a tossed pebble and then goes back to being a lake. The teacher's eyes are already half closed, but they see what they need to see. At some point, the moth decides it has done enough circles. It settles near the seam where two papers meet, a little punctuation mark in a page of light. The flame acknowledges it. The breeze acknowledges both. The room wears these acknowledgements like a shawl and sits comfortably in itself, as if it has always known how to host. The novice feels hosted, and in that welcome, his breath finds the quiet rhythm that the lantern has been practicing all along. Dawn opens like a slow eye above the lake. The air is cool enough to wear, tasted lightly of wet reeds and a faraway fire that someone forgot to put out. A monk unties a small wooden skiff from a post darkened by years of water rising and falling. The rope slips free with a whisper. He sets one foot in, then the other, and the boat accepts him, rocking once as if bowing. The oars find their places. The first pull creaks through the wood, and the lake answers with the soft hush of parted water. Fog sits on the surface in pale bands, as if the night had become thread and the lake a great loom. The monk rows into the weave. Drops slide from the oar blades like small pearls, returning home as soon as they're born. His breath becomes an oar too, out and in, steady and plain. On the near shore, sedges bend. A heron lifts and folds itself into the white, legs trailing like the ink of a brushstroke pulled into length. He rows not for a rival, but the simplicity of this rhythm. The monastery has its bells, its bowls, its brooms. The lake has this: pull, glide, pull, glide, an old song without a chorus. He thinks, not as an argument, but as a noticing, that the world is built from this simplicity. Leaf meets light, Wind finds leaf, water meets stone, and together they decide where a sound will go. From the fog, a darker shape begins to form, the way a memory appears before we know it has arrived. The monk narrows his eyes, not to judge, but to see. The shape grows into the pale hull of a drifting boat, paint-chipped, gunwale low, a small swallow's nest, tangled in the ribs near the bow. Without sound or warning, the empty craft slides across his path and bumps his skiff where the ribs meet. It is a small bump, a cousin of a tap on the shoulder, not a blow. Still, he feels it, that light spark in the chest that says, "How dare you?" Heat rises to his cheeks and is gone. A dozen words line up at the edge of his tongue, words that belong to another life in a market where elbows kept time. Then the fog breathes and he sees the truth. No oars, no hands, no culprit. Just wood and water and a morning breeze with more business than any single person can hold. He laughs, a sound as thin and clear as the rim of a cup tapped with a fingernail. The lake laughs too, expanding his laugh in ripples, sending it out to the reeds and back again. The old irritation, quick, sharp, practice-honed, drops through the water and becomes a stone on the bottom, where fish examine it and decide it is nothing to eat. He places the palm of one hand against the other boat and gives the gentlest of pushes. The hull slides away a little, turning as easily as someone turning in sleep. He nudges it toward an eddy where it can rest against a branch without mischief. There is no scolding to make, no apology to demand, only the small, sufficient act. The lake accepts this correction like a shoulder choosing a kinder angle. He returns to his oars. The bump remains in him, but changed, no longer a spark that wants to become flame, more a small bell that will ring now and then when life knocks gently. He rows. The fog thins in places and thickens in others. A cormorant perches on a submerged post and spreads its wings like a wet prayer. Somewhere a dog barks, 3 barks, satisfied, as if counting something meaningful and finishing the count. The monk lets the morning place its touches. A reed brushes his sleeve. A bead of water cools the inside of his wrist. His stomach yawns politely, then settles, content to wait. The empty boat drifts in its little harbour of branches, circling lazily. For a few strokes, the monk imagines a story. Perhaps an old man rowed out to watch the moon last night and forgot to tie the rope. Perhaps a boy borrowed it to pretend the lake was a sea. But the stories fall away. The facts are enough. All of this came together without anyone meaning it to. The fog, the wind, the soft collision, the easing apart. By the time the sun lifts above the pines, the monk has found the far shore and the hidden cove where lotus leaves cradle pearls of water and frogs sit with the posture of tiny statues. He rests the oars and drifts. The boat's wood has its own voice, a hush grumble in the ribs, agreeable and steady, a throat clearing quietly, so as not to disturb the prayer. He remembers another morning, years ago, when he would have shaken his fist even at the empty. He had owned his anger like a prized tool. Every bump proved the world was poorly made or others inattentive. He had scolded stones for being hard and rain for being wet, as if anything would change. It had made him feel momentarily tall and afterward hollow. Then, a teacher, thin, smiling without showing teeth, had told him a story about an empty boat. The monk did not understand then, not really. You can hear a story the way you can see rain beyond the window without feeling it. This morning, the rain and the story and the lake are the same. He dips his fingers into the cool. The water presses back without complaint. then yields and closes. The tree on the bank is doubled below his boat, its roots a crown of darkness. A dragonfly writes its name in the air above his knee, pauses as if to let him read it, and darts away to erase and rewrite it somewhere else. He breathes. He does not try to remember the breath or plan the next one. It arrives, it departs, and the boat leans the slightest bit at each arrival and departure. The world is full of empty boats. A breeze shifts, carrying the markets of the town up the slope to the lake. The clap of a lid, the chime of a peddler's bells, a child's insistence, laughter that has not yet learned to be quiet. He thinks of the narrow lane between the rice shop and the place that sells sandals. Someone will brush him with a basket there today, or step on the edge of his robe. Before this morning, he might have prepared a frown to save time. Now, the frown loosens, and so does the need for it. He rows back by a different way, skirting a raft of lilies whose flowers are late sleepers. A carp breaks the surface and leaves a momentary mirror of its own shape. The sun stirs the mist as a spoon stirs milk, revealing more of the shore. A tilted dock, a boy's fishing pole too long for him, the old man who wears the same hat every day and never complains about the weather, as if complaint would make the day less itself. The monk's boat whispers against a reed bed, then slides free. He arrives at the monastery landing as the lowest bell gives one unambitious note. The day unfolds like a mat. He moves through it with the lake tucked into his sleeve. In the refectory, a novice spills a ladle of millet porridge so that it splashes across the monk's palm. The novice's mouth opens in a small O of dread. The monk turns his hand just enough to let the heat fall away and says nothing but the smallest the sound a kettle makes right before it boils. He wipes his palm on a cloth that smells faintly of smoke and starch, and the novice's shoulders drop, saved from a storm that never had to come. In the courtyard, two men argue about a borrowed hoe, about the dates and the numbers, about whether the rain 2 days ago counts as the kind of rain that ruins soil for a week, or the kind that never mattered. Words build and topple like stacked cups. The monk stands in their shade to tie his sandal. He listens the way one listens to cicadas, all at once, without choosing a single voice. In their tones, he hears wind through bamboo, insistent, without a conductor. When one man turns and says, "And you? Don't you agree?" The monk smiles as if he has been asked whether he likes the lake. "Sometimes," he says. The answer drains the heat a little, not by convincing, but by failing to join the tug of war. At the town gate, a cart rattles too close and the wheel kisses his heel. Pain pricks. He steadies himself with a hand on the cart's side. The driver turns with a face ready to fight or defend, already flushed from the ghosts of imagined insults. The monk looks at the man's face as if it were a sky, clouds of sleepiness, weather of worry, a bird of embarrassment crossing quickly. He waves the moment aside like smoke that need not be breathed. "Careful," he says, and the driver nods an apology that digs no trench. He takes a seat on the temple steps at midday when the stone has warmed its simple warmth. He chews rice slowly enough to taste the fields it came from, the bent backs, the laughter that survived the bent backs. The dog that lives nowhere and everywhere puts its chin on his knee and blinks. He places a quiet finger on the dog's head and tries not to think of a name. A girl runs by with a string of bells around one ankle and nearly collides with him. She does not. He hears the boat again when her bells fade into the alley. The empty, bumping boat that teaches without speaking. A letter arrives late. It had been expected on the 3rd day after the festival. It comes on the 6th. The old hymn would have read the delay as proof of betrayal or poor love or the universe's personal disrespect. He opens the letter and reads, a friend's crooked handwriting carrying news of weather, of a parent's cough easing, of a red scarf that reminded the friend of a winter they shared. The friend apologizes 3 times for the delay, and the monk counts none of them. He knows now that most days are a river pushing boats into one another and away again, and nobody is the river. Rain comes hard in the afternoon, real rain with hands and footprints. The thatch over his sleeping mat remembers a long crack and chooses now to mention it. A drop finds the monk's forehead and then, patient and persistent as an ant, returns to the same exact place again and again. He laughs. He moves the mat a small distance and places a bowl beneath the persistent geography. The bowl accepts the assignment without complaint and begins its slow music. Plink, plink, plink. The rhythm becomes part of his breath, the lake visiting the room. Not every boat is empty. One evening, as the sun stretches in a final lazy yawn, he rose again. The wind has freshened from the west, bringing the smell of green pepper leaves and the sound of a flute practicing the same 4 notes with hope. A heavier boat slides out of the fog sudden as a thought and angles across his path. This time 2 boys sit inside, laughing at a joke neither will remember later. The angle is wrong. The water between them is shrinking too fast. Starboard, he calls, not as a command but as a suggestion given to gravity. Starboard, starboard. The boys look up. One grabs an oar and flails. The boat swings awkwardly. The monk dips his oar and pulls. Pulling the way a parent guides a child's shoulder away from a hot kettle. The hulls meet more gently than they would have. They bump, then spin apart with the bashful grace of dancers who just learned the step. The boys shout apologies, 3 each like offerings, and he answers with his palm turned upward, meaning, here we are, be careful, be well. He does not pretend this boat was empty. He pays attention and steers, and then, when the moment passes, he does not carry the echo as a stone in his pocket. The lake becomes his teacher in ways too simple to explain. He finds a sliver of charcoal and draws a circle inside the stern where only he can see it. The circle is not perfect. The wood's grain decides a small wobble. He leaves it. It reminds him with no words. Empty does not mean nothing. Empty means nothing extra. The lake holds sky without needing to own it. The mind can hold anger without needing to become it. At dusk, the fog returns to repair what the day has undone. A fisherman coughs somewhere in the grey. A woman calls out a name twice and then, being satisfied by her own voice, calls no more. The monk drifts with his oars lifted to listen to the soft patter of small fish touching the surface for reasons of their own. He remembers the empty boat's bump, the morning's laughter, the cartwheel's kiss, the novice's spilled porridge, the roof's precise drop. They do not tie together into a lesson. They float around him like lanterns set loose on a current, each its own light, each its own little world. He traces the rim of his drinking gourd with his thumb and feels the faint notch where it was repaired a winter ago, gold glued into a wound. He stands when standing is easy, ties the rope when tying is enough, and lets the boat put its weight back into the post. The lake leans away from him, not in rejection, but because it must be itself. He steps onto the shore with the water still moving inside his bones. In the courtyard, a broom leans against a wall, as if listening to the moss grow. The monk sets it upright and does not sweep. There is no need, not now. There will be leaves tomorrow. There will be time. The dog without a name lifts its head, sees nothing urgent, and lowers it again. Somewhere, far away, and then suddenly near, a flute finally finds the fifth note. The monk hears it and, without intending to, smiles. He sits on the steps, where stone is still holding a little warmth from the afternoon, and lets the evening touch him from every direction. If something bumps him now, it will be only the gentle shoulder of night walking past on its way to the lake. Evening had folded itself over the village the way a shawl is drawn over tired shoulders, and the yard smelled faintly of rice chaff and the cool green of the well. In the shed behind the house, where spare bamboo poles leaned like dozing old men and a coil of rope kept its own quiet circle, a child found the wooden bowl. It had sat there for years under a small drift of dust, waiting without asking. When the child lifted it, the bowl made that soft, hollow sound that wood makes when it remembers the tree it came from. It was round as a full breath, wide enough to bathe a doll, deeper than two careful hands. The rim was smooth from palms and cloths, its surface traced with rings like the years of a life. Light, dark, light, dark, clear as fingerprints. The bowl was not new. A small seam of gold glinted where a crack had once been mended, fine and thin, a quiet lightning bolt that made the wood more beautiful for having been broken. The child rubbed a thumb along the seam and felt the place where careful hands had taken time to repair. In the bottom, there was a faint scent of soap and summer, memories of rice rinsed and peaches washed, and the small coolness of morning water poured out on thirsty herbs. The child held the bowl to the sky for no reason at all. The evening had become that particular blue that collects between houses and trees just before the stars show themselves. The first star was stubbornly pretending not to be there. Near the horizon, the moon was already growing from the edge of the hills, round, unapologetic, the colour of milk. "Grandmother," the child called toward the doorway, "I found a good bowl." The old woman stood in the doorway with her hands resting inside her sleeves, the way she held them when she was thinking or remembering. She looked at the bowl the way she looked at the weather, with acceptance first, then with the small adjustments that made the day kind. "Ah," she said, "that one has seen many dinners and one wedding." "Whose wedding?" "Your mother's," the grandmother said, and the words moved through the yard like the warm breath of a stove just lit. "I'm going to fetch water," the child said, though there was water in the jug by the stove and water cooling in the clay jar inside. It wasn't the water that was needed, it was the walking to get it. The path to the well ran between two small plum trees and over a bit of packed earth that remembered 1,000 feet. Crickets were counting their way into the night, and a moth the size of a thumb floated, as if it knew a secret about the air. A dog somewhere made the sound of a door being gently shut. The child carried the bowl with both hands, as if holding a sleeping bird, careful not to let the rim knock against a stone. At the well, the wooden frame was damp to the touch, polished by generations of palms. The bucket's rope coiled around the spool like a black snake. The child set the old bowl on the lip of the well and leaned in. The well did what wells do. It offered a round, steady darkness, cool and not at all afraid of itself. If the day was a page, the well was a period at the bottom of it. When the bucket came up and the child tilted it, water folded into the bowl with that satisfying weight and music. First a steady sheet, then a waver, then the last separate threads. The bowl accepted everything and trembled once, the way even a strong heart trembles when given more love than it expected. And there it was, The moon came to sit in the bottom of the bowl as if the bowl had been carved for this moment. It was perfect, a white coin, bright and whole, complete as a thought that finally remembers its own end. The child's breath stopped and then started again in a softer place in the body. To carry the moon, to hold a piece of sky. The child turned without thinking to show the grandmother, who would understand better than anyone. The first step was careful, heel, then toe, keeping the bowl level, arms strong and straight like the posts of a small gate. The second step was less careful, light with excitement. The water shifted. The moon fluttered. The third step was faster, wanting to shorten the path between miracle and witness. The water climbed the inside of the bowl, then slid back. The moon broke into silver shivers as if it had become a school of fish. The child stopped and pressed lips together in concentration, but the surface had learned to move. Every breath, every sound, each little tremor of a bug's feet on the rim turned the bowl's lake into a restless animal. "I lost it," the child said, the throat tightening the way a string tightens when tuned too high. The grandmother had walked no faster than the evening and had arrived as if she had always been standing there. She looked into the bowl, not at the water, not at the wood, but at the child's face reflected beside the frightened moon. "It's not lost," she said, and her voice made the crickets listen more quietly. "It's where it always is." The old woman set her palm under the child's wrist, not to correct but to steady. "Come," she said, and the two of them walked back to the well in a sleepwalker's pace, each foot placed as if the earth were a sleeping cat. At the well, she knelt, knees, then hands, then the deliberate lowering of attention, the way she bent when picking herbs so as not to startle them. She took the bowl and lifted it just high enough that the moon slid to the lip, not as a spill, but as a return. The water became a ribbon, then a veil, then a sequence of neat drops disappearing into the old stone throat. The bowl emptied completely. There was a moment when it held nothing but the smell of wet wood. "Look," the grandmother said, and tipped her chin to the sky. The moon sat where it had been all along, a round friend who never meant harm. It had not cracked. It had not shrunk for having been in the bowl. The sky had made room for both the bowls having and not having. The child's eyes stung in a hot, brief way, like steam that has already begun to cool. "It doesn't stay," the child said, half to the bowl, half to the night that had made the bowl necessary. The old woman turned the bowl in her hands, and the gold seam caught the moonlight, a small river of light on a larger sea. "Some things visit when there's stillness," she said. "The moon likes a quiet surface. So does your mind." They sat by the well a while, not because they needed to learn anything more, but because sitting beside a well in the evening is useful to the parts of a person that can't be named. The child traced the rim with a small finger, around and around, widdershins and then back, finding the tiny notch that a careless spoon had made years ago. The grandmother told the bowl stories the way one might tell a child where their earlobe came from. This was the bowl that had held apples when the tree went wild one year. It had caught the first rain in a dry month, carried on a laugh into the house, each drop announced as if it were a guest from far away. It had sat on a bride's lap filled with water that had reflected her face and the face behind her, his eyes serious and smiling at the same time. "Will it hold the moon again?" the child asked. But the asking had already softened because the evening had shown how questions sometimes answer themselves in the doing. The grandmother did not speak. She stood slowly, the way reeds stand after wind has passed, and nodded toward the path. They walked home very slowly, holding the empty bowl as if it were full of something invisible that preferred gentleness. The emptiness had weight of its own. A neighbour lifted a hand in greeting from a doorway where a pot was steaming, and the air smelled briefly of ginger and scallions. The neighbour's baby made the open voweled sound that all babies make when they discover their own voices at night. The child carried the bowl as steadily as possible and felt a subtle pride at this new care, different from the show-off kind, closer to the kind of pride a snail must feel when it carries a home correctly. Inside, they set the bowl on the table by the window where the paper screens made soft squares of the world. The grandmother slid the screen open the width of a palm. Night stepped in silently. On the floor, a pale path appeared, a bar of moon travelling slowly across the boards like a reader's finger moving down a page. A cat padded up from nowhere and placed itself inside the path as if it had an appointment there, then curled into a warm comma and adjusted its tail to align with some grammar known only to cats and moonlight. "Let's try again," the grandmother said, though the words were not a test but a suggestion given to a friend. She brought a small pitcher and filled the bowl less than half. The water settled, its first ripples rounding themselves into smaller and smaller circles until the surface made a decision to be a mirror. The child leaned, and there it was again, the moon, whole and entire, seated calmly like a guest who had found the right cushion. To keep it, the child did nothing. No breath was held, no hand hovered. There was only watching, not the sort of watching that squeezes, but the kind that is like opening a window in spring. The child noticed that even in stillness the surface moved, almost invisibly, circling some secret that had no need of being told. When the house's wood exhaled, wood always does, even when people have forgotten, tiny tremors skated across the bowl and faded. The moon trembled and returned to itself. The child trembled and returned to themselves. The grandmother sat with her back straight and her shoulders asleep. "When I was a girl," she said, "I tried to keep the moon in a jug with a lid. I thought, if I close it quickly, it will be mine. I closed it, and I carried it to my bed, and I opened it, and the jug was full of darkness that smelled like clay." She laughed a small laugh that made no demands. "Then an old monk told me that light belongs to light. It will visit wherever there is a place to rest. It never owes us rent." They watched a moth orbit the lantern once and then drift to the screen where it placed its small body between moon and paper so that its shape became a cutout, an idea of moth more than moth, black and exact, fluttering gently, then still. The cat's ear twitched in its sleep, the bowl held steady. The child leaned closer until the child's own eye appeared beside the moon, a twin, round and shining with water. It was a small shock to see the moon sitting calm next to a reflection of a person learning how to sit calm. The old woman's eye arrived too, another small moon, older and deeper, with a gold seam at the edge where tears had mended something long ago. "May I carry it?" the child whispered, and the grandmother nodded, though the nod meant try more than succeed. The child slid both hands under the bowl and lifted until the weight settled equally in the fingers and the soft pads at the base of the palms. Each step was given to the bowl before it was given to the floor. A promise of gentleness, then a movement. The water wanted to travel. It always does. It rose and fell, but with the child moving slowly enough, it rose and fell without wildness. The moon stretched and returned. At the threshold, a draft slipped under the door and across the bowl like a cool hand. The moon bowed and stood again. The child's lips softened into a shape that might have been a smile if anyone had been watching for such things. They made it to the shelf where the photos stood and set the bowl there, between a picture of a man standing ankle deep in a river with a fish that got away and a school portrait of a girl with a crooked ribbon. They left it a long time because leaving something alone is sometimes a way of loving it. The moon travelled in the sky. The square on the floor moved to the table, and then to the cat's ears, and then to the cupboard doors. The cat followed it once, sighed when it saw the moon would not settle, and returned to curled punctuation. After a while, the child lifted the bowl again and brought it back to the window. The moon had climbed a little and was paler now, as if some of its light had gone to visit fields and rooftops and the patient face of the well. The child leaned and saw the gold seam shining again, a thin river that did not try to be straight. "How did it break?" the child asked. "It slipped from my hands," the grandmother said, honest without sadness. "I was trying to hurry because I wanted to see the kettle before it boiled over." I wanted both the moon and the kettle. The bowl met the floor and taught me how to bow. A potter repaired it for me with gold. Now the break is part of its story. The child nodded as if the answer had already been known. The words slid into the body the way warm tea slides in and finds the places that needed warmth. The child dipped a finger into the bowl and lifted it out. A bead of water clung to the tip, round as a tiny planet. It reflected the lamplight and also something like itself. The bead fell back with a sound so soft only the cat's ear heard it. They sat side by side until sitting became the room and the room became the night. The alley outside offered up a single, confident footstep and then stopped offering. Somewhere 2 houses down, someone coughed twice and then remembered to drink. The grandmother breathed in the way she had told the child to breathe when storms came, low and wide, filling the belly, then leaving the chest like an empty room. The child matched the breath without counting, the way one bird might match another bird's flight without looking. Later, when the bowl was set on the table and the cat had been allowed to look into it and decide that it was a lake too small to bother with, the grandmother leaned on her elbow and touched the screen. "Leave it open," she said. "The moon knows how to visit." The child lay down with the window open, and the night made itself comfortable on the sill, shoulder against wood, looking into the house with a gaze that did not pry. Shadows took their time finding where they wanted to rest. The path of moonlight crept across the floorboards and climbed the leg of the table and laid a pale hand on the repaired seam of the bowl. The water inside made its little breathless songs as it cooled. The child's eyes drifted, and the last thing they saw clearly before the softness arrived was the moon sitting calmly in the bowl, and near it, their own face almost overlapping. Almost the same, each borrowing the other's light and giving it back without counting the exchange. The question had been chasing the student all week, nipping at his heels as he swept the courtyard, tugging his sleeve while he copied sutras, curling itself on his pillow when he tried to sleep. What is awakening? It had many costumes, sometimes a fierce drum, sometimes a whisper, sometimes a stone in his shoe. He waited until dusk pressed soft fingers through the pines and went to the abbot's room with the question sitting upright inside his chest like a guest waiting to be served. The door was open. The room smelled of cedar and old books, and the light was the kind that lets dust show its dancing. The abbot sat by a low table, length of sleeve neatly folded back, kettle black with use resting on a small brazier. He looked up with the kind of attention that makes the space between two people feel like a courtyard with no walls. "What is awakening?" the student asked, and heard the edge in his own voice, that little metal ring of a bowl tapped too hard. "Tea," the abbot said. The student waited for the afterword that did not come. The abbot turned his palm in a gesture that admitted the evening. He lifted the kettle slightly and listened with his fingertips. Water had a voice. Not the early chatter of cold, not the wild talk of a boil, but the low murmur of readiness, what cooks call the sound of a river thinking about rain. The abbot did not hurry. He wiped the table with a cloth that remembered many meals. He set 2 cups down, white inside, clay outside, one with a thin gold seam where it had once been 2 pieces. He poured a little hot water into each cup and into the small pot, moving the kettle as if greeting each vessel by name. Steam lifted in quiet threads and vanished, leaving warmth in the clay that could be felt without touching. He turned the water out again, not waste, but preparation, the way a host opens the door before the guest arrives. He opened the jar. Leaves lay inside, crooked and beautiful, curled as if in conversation with themselves. He tipped them into the pot with a sound like dry paper smiling. The student smelled cut grass and roofs after rain, and something sweet he could not place, not honey, not fruit. Perhaps the memory of the hillside where the pickers laughed under broad hats. The abbot poured. Water found the leaves and became more than water, the way words find a mouth and become more than air. The pot's lid clicked once, the satisfying punctuation of a sentence that knew where to stop. Time gathered itself. The student felt his old impatience reach for a clock that was not there. They waited without performing the waiting. Outside, night rearranged the birds. Close by, a moth tested the paper window with soft insistence. The abbot's hands rested face down, 2 birds sitting quietly on a branch, feathers smoothed by a passing breeze. He poured. The stream of pale amber unrolled from the pot's mouth, not a line, but a small river testing its banks. He did not split the stream between cups. He moved back and forth in a dance of thirds and quarters, so that neither cup would be old or young. He set the pot down, not exactly centered on its coaster, but nearly, as though leaving a little room for chance to sit as well. The student lifted his cup with both hands. Warmth entered his palms and traveled the veins up to the chest, like dawn starting at the fingertips. The first sip was shy, a meadow at the edge of the tongue, the faint bitterness of a truth that shows its face and then softens. The second was rounder. The tea had decided to be tea. On the third, something opened behind his ribs. Not a door exactly, more like a window a child had been told not to touch, and then was allowed to, gently, with 2 fingers. He remembered his question and felt it move its toes in the warm water. The abbot, who had not yet spoken again, noticed a bead of tea travelling down the outside of his cup toward the table. He tilted the cup slightly and offered the bead to his lips, not to rescue the table, not to scold the bead, simply because the bead had gone to the trouble of becoming tea. He swallowed and placed the cup down with a small circular turn so the bottom would not shout against the wood. The student watched all this and then looked at his own hands, how one wanted to clamp and the other to float. He let both be instructed by the clay. He drank slowly enough to hear the kettle's soft breath on the coals. Once, the abbot said, I thought answering was a kind of heroism. He took another sip. Then I learned to pour. The student did not know if these words were for him or for the steam. He did not mind. They poured again, and the second steeping spoke in a different voice, older and clearer, like a song sung after the singer has finished arranging the room. The student brought the cup near his face and felt the heat touch the bridge of his nose, the tender place under the eyes where sadness hides and laughter begins. He tasted a small sweetness that felt less like sugar and more like permission. In the courtyard, a novice knocked a bucket against the well stone and muttered an apology to nobody in particular. A wind went through the bamboo and made 1,000 inland seas. The abbot's sleeve brushed the table. In the corner, a spider sat very still, having already done the hard work earlier and now simply trusting its net to be where it had left it. What is awakening? The student's mind tried again, but the words were wet now, heavy with the tea they had been soaking in. They sank beneath the surface, not drowned, just unhurried. The abbot's eyes fell on the cup with the gold seam. He turned it so the seam faced the student, a thin moon in a clay sky. The student ran his thumb along the invisible seam of his own chest where old breaks had been mended with days and friends and the quiet that sometimes comes after we have exhausted our noises. Answers are ladders, the abbot said softly. Tea is a ground. The kettle's voice changed. The abbot tended it, lifting the lid for a moment, letting steam greet the night, then setting it back. He added a pinch of charcoal to the brazier. The red glow accepted the new black and spoke its acceptance in almost silent pops. In the old hall earlier that day, the student had copied a line that used to frighten him. The great way is not difficult for those who have no preferences. He had argued with the page in his head, as if the page needed his defense. Now he felt the line sit down beside the cup, take off its shoes, and sigh like anyone's uncle. The tea was simply what it was. No one would improve it by wishing for flowers or thunder. The abbot poured a third time. The tea had gone light, like a river in late summer showing stones. He smiled and poured anyway. The student tasted the faint memory of what had been strong, an echo that knew it was an echo and was proud of being exactly that. The abbot set the pot aside and lifted the lid. He let the student see the leaves unfolded. What had been tight and curled now relaxed. Their backs shone, their veins written plainly. He tipped the pot so that the last little mouthful gathered at the spout's corner, and with a breath as gentle as a father waking a child, coaxed it into the student's cup. The student drank. He found no thunder, no fireworks, no explanations large enough to wear. He found leaf, water, heat, clay, and a room that held them all without complaint. "Master," he said, surprised to hear his earlier edge gone, "I still don't know." The abbot nodded as if the student had announced the shape of the moon. "Do you taste it?" he asked. "Yes." "Will you wash the cups?" the abbot said after a while, as if giving the weather an easy chore. The student stood. The basin waited with its wet circle. He poured, turning each cup in his hands, watching the way water placed itself along the walls in a thin, bright ring. He dried them with a cloth whose threads kept their simple promise. He set each cup on the shelf, listening for that soft, right sound of clay meeting wood. He felt absurdly content doing so little so completely. On the step outside the abbot's room, a smudge of tea had dried into a leaf-shaped stain from some earlier evening. He bent and wiped it with the heel of his hand. It took a few breaths for the wood to accept the new story. In the window, the moth had found the lamp and was astonished to be alive, pleased to be mistaken about the nature of light and to discover that mistakes could be warm. "Sit," the abbot said. "There is more." He lifted a small jar from beneath the table. Inside were leaves from a different bush, darker and twisted, a low mountain in a summer he had visited long ago. He put only a few into the pot, and this time waited longer before pouring. The student watched the minute lengthen, elastically, like a cat stretching across a doorway and asking the whole house to slow down to the speed of fur. When they drank, the tea had earth in it, not dirt but root, not weight but belonging. The student felt his feet find the floor, as if the wood had quietly become fertile soil. His shoulders let go of their habit of guarding his ears. His jaw, a worker always ready to chew on stones, took the evening off. "You came for an answer," the abbot said, "and I came for a cup of tea." "We are both satisfied." The student looked down. A small brown ant had found the table's edge and was investigating a sugarless world with conviction. It reached a droplet where the abbot had spilled what could not be called sweet, drank without a committee, and turned in an arc that made sense to its own geometry. The student carefully moved his sleeve so the ant's path would not be a storm. He remembered arguments he had stood inside of like rooms with no doors. He remembered standing at the market with a bundle of radishes and the conviction that the woman selling them owed him a philosophy with his change. He remembered the time he had tried to pray himself out of himself and found only a dry throat. Between those memories, the cup in his hands felt like a boat that did not require a river to be useful. They kept drinking until the leaves had said all they had to say. When the abbot finally tipped the pot over the basin, a single crinkle of leaf stuck to the mouth, then loosed itself and slid away. He shook the pot once, a gesture too small to be considered teaching, and set it on its side to cool. They sat without the kettle for a while. Night settled its shore more completely. Someone in the distant town practiced a flute and grew polite with the neighbors, lowering the volume until the notes felt more like breath than melody. The student held his cup and thought of every time he had reached for words like birds, trying to force them to land on a branch too narrow for their feet. He felt how these cups had put a wider branch in his hands. The abbot gathered the spent leaves in his palm and carried them to the garden. The student followed with the door. They stepped onto stone that had just now given its heat back to air. He watched the abbot lift a patch of dark soil with the tips of his fingers and lay the leaves down with the care one gives to a letter addressed to rain. He covered them lightly, returned the soil to itself, and pressed it with his palm as one might greet someone in passing, satisfied by brief contact. "Tomorrow," the abbot said, "this will be earth. Next year, something will drink what we drank tonight." They returned to the room. The abbot poured water over the kettle to cool its skin and said thank you to it by touching the handle the way one touches the shoulder of a friend who has carried a pack a long way. He put the cups into their places, the pot into its nest, the jar back into its quiet cave. He closed the brazier's lid and watched the last small ember consider itself and then lie down. He did not rush to darkness. He let the light recede from object to object, as if the room were a harbour and the ships were slipping away one at a time. The student felt his question somewhere near the door, taking off its shoes. "Master," he said at last, "what should I do with my question?" The abbot lifted the cloth that had dried their cups and folded it along its old creases. "Hold it like this," he said. "Dry it when it is wet. Wet it when it is dry. Give it sunlight. Give it the shade under your hat. When it is heavy, carry it with 2 hands. When it is light, do not pretend." The student nodded, not because agreement felt necessary, but because his neck had discovered a kindness it liked. He stood to go. The abbot stood with him. They bowed with their spines and eyes and the corners of their mouths. The student stepped into the corridor. Night moved aside and then closed behind him without fuss. He carried the kettle's whisper with him past the library door and the alcove, where a broom considered the meaning of sweeping. He walked by the bell and did not ask it to speak. In the courtyard, a thin line of moon had climbed the edge of the roofs and was sitting there like a silver cat, uncatchable and intimately present. The stones remembered the day but did not insist on it. The students' feet found their rhythm again. Heel, ball, toe, the way the abbot's paw had found its own. And the mind, uninvited but welcome, wandered towards sleep without worrying whether it had been answered or simply warmed. All day the valley had been blinking in a hard, bright light, and the heat lay flat over the fields. Toward late afternoon, clouds began to climb the far ridge and gather like old friends who had not seen one another in a while. The first wind came down as a long exhale. The bamboo grove on the slope stirred, then shivered, then answered with the thin music only bamboo makes. A tremor of leaves sliding against leaves, hollow stems kissing with a light click that was more felt than heard. A traveller came up the path in sandals that had learned many roads. The straps left dark marks on the skin. He carried a small bundle and a larger weight that had no fabric. His face was the colour of sun-baked clay, and the corner of his mouth held a line that had come there to stay. When the first large drops fell, round and warm, he quickened his steps and found the keeper's hut at the edge of the grove. The kind of hut you pass if you do not know to look for it, and cannot miss once you do. "Come," the keeper said from the doorway, as if he had been expected for a long time. The voice was the age of well-worn tools. The room smelled of clean earth and old smoke. A low brazier made a domestic star. The traveller wiped his feet on the woven mat and entered with the storm following at his back. Rain arrived by degrees, and then all at once, the grove leaned like a field of tall people bowing to a procession. The tops swept and the stalks arced, green and dark, each ribbed with its own memory of years. The wind pushed, and the bamboo gave, not limp but lithe, a language of acceptance that did not include surrender. Water ran down the culms in silver lanes and collected at the nodes, then leapt in beads to the leaves. Every droplet rang a thin bell when it fell. They stood under the eave and watched. The traveller felt the great old reflex in his body that said, "Brace, harden, push back." His shoulders lifted in a familiar armour. In the grove, nothing resisted like that. The stalks bowed, paused at their deepest curve, and rose again. Bent and upright were not enemies here. They were steps in one dance. "How do they not break?" he asked, half to himself. The keeper considered the question as if it were a bird fallen softly onto the palm. "They don't argue with the wind," he said. The traveller tried the words in his mouth and found them simple, the way water is simple. The wind pressed again. A thicker stalk made a low, creaking note, old wood, remembering something. Then even that sound relaxed. Tea happened because it should. The keeper lifted a pot from a hook and poured leaves into a clay belly. Steam lifted in threads that curled and were forgotten. The traveller's hands took the cup like a child takes a place to sit. Warmth travelled into his wrists and down along a road he hadn't known was there. They sipped without seasoning the room with words. When the hard rain softened, the keeper walked out into the grove, sandals making that thin kiss against wet earth. He put his hand against a culm and pressed, just enough to make it bend. The traveller touched another and felt it give in a way that felt like safety. "See?" the keeper said, running a finger over the raised ring where one segment met the next. "Here it strengthens, and inside?" He knocked with a knuckle, a hollow tone, empty enough to sing. They stood with hands against living green. The traveller noticed the skin of the bamboo holding the rain in small troops of droplets. He noticed how the leaves gathered each drop, let it swell, and then tipped it off without regret. He imagined the same gesture in himself. Gather what comes, let it swell, tip it off. Night came earlier than it would have without the storm. The rain stepped down to a fine weave. The grove's song lingered, a hush with edges. The traveller slept on a mat near the door, the air full of wet grass and cooling charcoal. He dreamed not of roads, but of a river that moved without rushing, and 100 thin green fingers touching the river's skin. Morning showed what the night had done. Everything was washed. The soil wore a darker coat. Snails left shining sentences that nobody needed to read. The bamboo stood as if nothing had happened, and as if everything had. Beads of water clung along the undersides of leaves like a string of patient lanterns. Sunlight arrived in shy blades through the last thin clouds. The traveller walked into the grove properly then, not just the edge. It was a city of pillars, each with its own posture, none alone. He passed between the culms the way one passes among elders, with eyes soft and chin lowered. Birds made quick, clever choices in the high leaves and vanished. A dragonfly hung in the air like a stitch, holding 2 pieces of morning together. The ground underfoot was springy, not from grass, but from the packed old litter of fallen leaves and shed skin. The keeper met him with a thin blade and a coil of hemp. "Help me," he said, and the traveller followed. They measured with fingers, not numbers, and selected a culm that had the right thickness and the right feel, old enough to have opinions, young enough to learn a new life. The keeper's blade slipped under a ring of fibres, and with a few careful cuts, the culm accepted its fate without complaint. They lowered it together, the way you lower a body into water, slow and guided. The traveller was surprised by the lightness in his hands. The keeper showed him the nodes again, the segments, how the strength lived in the rising, stopping and rising again. "What will it become?" the traveller asked. "Several things," the keeper said, and smiled. "Depend on the day." They trimmed, they split, they peeled. Strips gathered at their feet like tame rivers. The keeper's knife made the long whispering sound of fibre releasing fibre. By a low wall, there was a pile of rejects, pieces too brittle, too soft, too eager to curl. "Not all bamboo becomes ladder or flute," the keeper said. "Some becomes fire on a winter morning. Everything finds its use by not pretending." They made a basket first. The keeper set the first strips crossed, over and under, and the traveller tried, fingers awkward, then less so, the pattern working him as much as he worked it. "Don't fight it," the keeper said, when a stubborn strip lifted like a fish resisting the net. "Lay your palm and coax. It wants to be woven." The traveller's breath matched his hands without anyone teaching it to. Over and under, a small river of actions, and soon a cradle of space had appeared between them. The keeper ran a thumb along the rim. "Strong," he said, "because empty." By midday, a wind rose again, friendlier now. The grove spoke in its silver language. The traveller stepped away into the green and practiced what he had seen. He stood with knees unlocked, back tall without tightening, arms loose. The wind pushed, and he allowed. It stilled, and he returned. He tried bowing too much, and laughed when his heels slipped in mud. He tried standing like a post, and felt the old hard line in his mouth. He tried again as the bamboo did, bend, pause, rise. The bodies taught the body. That afternoon, he walked down into the village for salt and millet. The road cut along the fields. A cart came fast around a bend. wheels pointing more to the sky than was wise. The man holding the reins had a jaw built for stubbornness. Dust rose like a prayer nobody asked for. Reflex grabbed the traveller by the shoulders. Push back, stand ground, be a stone. He moved a half step instead. The wheel missed his foot by a thumb. The cart passed. It left behind the stink of warm iron and a situation that had never become a battle. He felt the small tremor in his thighs that comes after a danger you do not turn into a story. In the market, a woman in a hurry swung her basket and its edge glanced his hip. Her apology was already fighting with the next thought in her head. He opened his hands. He picked up a fallen pear and set it back in her basket, like a small blessing. Something in her face released. The air around them became nobody's enemy. He bought salt. The seller talked about the wind and how it had saved his roof by scrubbing away old dust. The traveller did not mention bamboo or baskets. He did not need to. He returned at dusk with millet wrapped in cloth. The keeper had set a long, thin piece of bamboo across 2 stones and was coaxing a tune from it with a piece of reed. A flute, not yet a flute, just the idea of one. The sound was green and reedy and not fully committed, but honest. "Hollow things sing," the keeper said. "It's not an insult." They ate simply. Millet steamed and sweet pickles that remembered summer. The basket stood on the table holding nothing and was already useful. In the corner, strips of bamboo were tied to a beam to dry their new purpose into their bodies. The hut glowed the way things glow when the lamp is low and the day has gone where it goes. The traveller slept again with the door ajar to let the grove talk in its sleep. Days gathered. He stayed longer than he had meant to. The road he had been on did not call as loud. He helped lash a fence where goats had been too clever. He learned the knots that do not slip when rain persuades them to try. He learned how to make a pole that would not splinter under a bucket's weight. He watched the keeper weather small storms, a crack in the roof that widened at the edge of a rough night, a blister on the thumb that taught a new way to hold a tool, a sudden sadness that arrived at noon and left at the sound of tea pouring. Each time the keeper gave a little, adjusted angle, set a new pace. It did not look like wisdom. It looked like ordinary time conducted gently. One morning, the valley woke to snow, early and unsure, the kind that arrives hoping to be surprised. The bamboo wore white caps. The whole grove leaned under the soft burden, deeper than in wind, and the traveller's chest tightened. "They'll snap," he said, and the keeper shook his head and put a hand on a culm. He shook it lightly. The snow leapt in soft sheets to the ground. The bamboo sprang back, relieved and unhurt. "They know to bow," he said. "It's when we try to be mountains that we break." When people from the town came to buy baskets, they asked for strength and lightness in the same breath. The keeper nodded, as if they had said, "Sky and ground." He wove with the traveller beside him, and the baskets learned the curve of each hand. Once a man demanded a basket strong enough to carry stones and cheap enough to shame the craft. The keeper turned a strip of bamboo in his fingers until it reflected a line of light. "If I make it to carry stones," he said quietly, "you will use it to carry stones and forget oranges. If I make it cheap, it will betray us both." The man huffed and made a sound like a broke cart axle. He left. 2 women came after and bought baskets for mushrooms and for letters. The keeper whistled the reed's unfinished song under his breath. News travelled up the hill some days. In the town, a magistrate had grown stiff and loud. A neighbour had married out of grief and then learned to like the choice. A boy had decided that hating his father made him important. the traveller felt old habits stir, the ones that turned stories into weapons or shields. He took his cup and stood among the green poles. Wind claws, bow, rise. Let the news bend you and not own you. Hear the bamboo say yes in 1,000 thin voices and mean it. There was a night when a real storm came, a black-mouthed thing with a belly full of water and teeth of wind. Thunder rolled down the ridge like barrels pushed by giants. The keeper and the traveller tied the door and weighted it with a bar. The hut's joints spoke, the garden sank and rose in smooth motions, like the chest of a sleeping leviathan. They sat on the floor with the lamp turned low and counted the spaces between lightning and sound. The keeper's hand, laying on the mat, did not tense. It lived there, light and present, a guide to how to be an animal. The traveller followed without naming the lesson. Outside, the bamboo bowed so low in the flashes, it looked like green rain falling upward. They waited, not resisting, not inviting, just in the middle. In the morning, the grove was full of small miracles. A spider's web was strung with pearls no hand could string. A broken culm lay on the floor of the grove, clean where it had split. The keeper cut it into lengths, saved one for spoons, another for steaks, and fed the rest to a small grateful fire. Even breaking, he said with no sadness, is not the end of usefulness. Before he left, the traveller asked if he could carry a length of bamboo for a walking staff. The keeper chose one that fit the hand and the stride. He shaved the nodes fine so they would not bite the skin. He showed the traveller how to hold it, not as a third leg to lean on in laziness, but as a companion that taught balance. Let it flex, he said. Let it remind you of knees. The road called again, not out of boredom, but because roads are made for moving. The traveller tied his bundle, which felt less heavy. He stood a while with the staff beside him, listening to the grove's voice for a last moment. In the leaves, there was a lesson quieter than words and stronger than many. The keeper walked with him to the bend where the path lost the hut. They bowed to each other in the language the grove had taught their spines. On the way down, a man shouted from a cart because his ox would not obey a sudden thought. The traveller stepped aside and smiled. In the town, the same woman with the quick basket brushed him and his hip did not collect it as a debt. When a child wailed because a kite had found a rooftop, the traveller held the staff and waited until wind gave it back. In an alley, a quarrel turned sharp and he bent the way bamboo bends, and the quarrel blew past him as if it had forgotten his name. Nights, when roofs creaked and the body remembered old storms, he would lie with a window cracked and think of the green pillars lifting their shin bells to the slightest wind. He would feel his ribs flex and return. He would let stubbornness pass through and out like weather. He would hold the staff at his side when walking and feel its light spring match the spring in his ankles. Once, in late winter, his own anger bent him so far he thought he would not rise. He did, slowly, without scolding himself for the bend. At planting time, he wove a small fence for a neighbour, with hands that had learned patience from strips and knots. He made it just so, tight enough to keep out the dog that loved to dig, open enough to let wind pass so it would not tear. The neighbour thanked him with 2 steamed buns, and a smile that looked like sunlight found a corner. He ate the buns in a patch of shade and listened to the little fence sing when wind visited. In a year, he returned to the grove without planning to. Feet often remember what minds forget. The keeper's hair had whitened in a way that made his face gentler. The grove had grown a new cluster where none had been. They walked among the culms and found the spot where last winter's break had fed the soil. Shoots had pierced up, tight and confident. wearing brown sheaths like old coats soon to be shed. The traveller ran his palm across the shoot's skin and felt the coolness of new purpose. They poured tea and did not talk of lessons. The staff leaned against the door. The basket hung from a peg holding nothing and therefore ready. The grove kept breathing in long, thin hisses and small clacks, like a lullaby someone might have taught wind a long time ago. The traveller slept again on the mat near the door with his knees soft, his mouth unarmed, and, through the open crack, the sound of bamboo bending and rising, teaching the dark how to be kind. The hermit's hut was hardly larger than the shadow the pine cast at noon. It sat on a shoulder of the mountain where the slope paused long enough to set down its bundle. One wall faced the valley, one the seam where two ridgelines crossed and made a pocket for weather to collect. The pine rooted itself at the hut's right hand, close enough that the hermit could touch the bark from his doorstep. Close enough that the tree's resin-sweet breath reached the cooking pot in summer and the bedroll in winter. Close enough that he had grown to think of his dwelling as two rooms, the one of wood and paper, and the one made by the branches, green rafters offering their own kind of roof. In early summer, when heat rose from the stones like invisible soup, the pine spoke in many voices. Wind scaled the needles and discovered 1,000 note strings, playing them all at once in degrees of hush. Small breezes made a hair-fine whisper, like silk rubbed between fingers. Stiffer gusts shook a brighter sound from the outermost needles, each one a silver tongue. Sometimes, on an afternoon that had taken too much sun and was cooling quickly, the tree gave a single broad shiver that travelled from top to bottom with a soft, rushing woof, the sound a large creature makes when it settles itself. The hermit had learned the difference between these voices, the way one learns the moods of a friend. He named them for his own use: the morning thread, the noon shimmer, the evening ladder. Under the bark, a deeper voice lived. When the mountain exhaled from its granite lungs, when clouds came dragging the skirts of rain, the trunk itself creaked, old wood adjusting to the day's math. It was not complaint. It was the sound of a long posture altering 1 finger width. The hermit would lay his palm against the reddish plates of bark, feel the cool beneath the sun-warmed surface, and listen with his wrist and forearm and sternum. He could tell when the sap was running fast, a slow, bright river with a sweetness he could smell but never taste without regret. He could hear the small clicks when a cone, already browned and thoughtful, decided to loosen a scale and trust the mountain with its seed. At his first waking, before his first fire, and before he tied his hair with the strip of cloth kept on a peg by the door, the hermit listened. Night left its last moth wings of cool scattered around the roots. The pine spoke in the almost voice of dawn, a breath that needed the ear to lean close. A jay tried out a rude sentence and then forgot what it had been angry about. The mountain's shoulder pressed itself quiet. The hermit matched his breath to the morning thread. Long in, a pause, where even the need to continue rested. Long out, a space afterward, that was a small clear shelf. He did not insist on this. He let it happen the way steam rises if given water and heat and patience. On hot days, he shaded his cooking pot with a board so the soup would think it was evening and simmer without boiling into arrogance. The pine traded him small favours. Needles fell onto his roof and softened the rain's drumming. Resin sealed a crack in his cup. In times when tea was scarce and he boiled water with a single leaf, the scent of the tree made the water richer than it was. In return, he pulled weeds from around the roots and chased off the goat that had once decided the bark was worth a try. He spoke to the tree the way one speaks to a sleeping person. Quietly, more with presence than with words. Visitors came and went, as they will, even at the periphery of things. A woodcutter stopped on his way down from the higher stands, a string of tools murmuring against his shoulder. He brought stories of storms over the crest that never showed themselves in the valley. He took off his hat and sat under the pine. The tree whispered in a cooling voice, sorting the dust out of his hair with its shade. "She talks," the woodcutter said, half embarrassed at his own poetry. The hermit nodded. They drank water out of the same gourd. The woodcutter told the tree about a son who had run off toward the sea. The tree replied with a small procession of breezes, each one pausing on his cheek and moving on. The man stood up with less weight in his shoulders than when he had sat. He left a wedge of cheese as if paying a toll. A child from the village came once, led by a mother who had out-worried her ability to speak. The child had been waking at night with a shout stuck in his throat, seeing shapes in the rafters that were not there. The hermit led them to the pine. He set the child with his back against the trunk and told him to tell the tree everything that woke him. The child pressed his small spine to the bark and began with seriousness. Owls, shadows, the shape of the chest when breath forgets. The pine listened with its entire height. Needles steadied. The sun laid a hand on the highest branch. The boy's voice slowed, and then thinned, and then, finally, he was simply leaning. His words finished. The mother stood with her forefinger pressed to her lips and did not need to add anything. They left with faces as if they had been washed in a good river. Later, the mother brought a skein of yarn dyed the green of river stones, and the hermit wound it slowly around his palm and wrist, as if he were collecting a thread the pine had given them. In late summer, when cicadas stitched their long, insistent cloth across the days, the pine's many voices sometimes braided themselves into one ribbon of sound that hung in the air and did not fold. The hermit sat beneath it and mended his sandals. 3 holes patched with leather cut from a ruined bag, stitched with the riverstone yarn for luck. He was not in a hurry to finish, or to begin the next thing after this. He had learned to let tasks be single. Later, he would scrub his pot. Later, he would draw water and laugh with the bucket when it knocked the side of the well. Later, he would break the hill's brittle thyme in his palms and scent the hut with it. For now, there was only the cool of bark against his back, the scrape of awl through leather, and the many small songs the pine made without effort. When autumn began to right itself, the air thinned into clarity. The slope wore pockets of gold, where tall grass remembered the sun and promised to remember it again. The pine's voices leaned lower in the body, less bright, more grain. On certain days when the sky had the washed high look that comes before frost, the tree made a sound of readiness, everything in it tuned and arrow straight. The hermit harvested what little he had planted, beans that had done their best, squash with a bloom of dust on their skins, herbs hung upside down from a line so that their oils would remember to travel downward and settle. He set a pile of cones by the door and at evening teased the seeds from those already open and burned the tight ones for the joy of the sound they made, the tiny explosive pop that surprised him each time like a joke told by a serious friend. Winter, when it came with sincerity. Snow arrived as if it had been lost and finally found the right address. The pine wore the weight and made a different kind of music, not the bright whisper of needle on needle, but the small, precise chimes of frost forming, a delicate glasswork knitting itself along each thin blade. On the coldest nights, when stars rang like coins tapped together and every breath left animal-shaped ghosts in the hut, the pine spoke in one voice, thin, clean, and pure. The hermit called it the winter flute. Wind slid past the long green embroidery and found a single line to play. He listened as if to a thread leading him through a dark room. On such a night, long after the fire had banked itself into a low red animal under ash, the hermit awoke. The world was so quiet that the quiet had texture. He rose, wrapped his robe high around his shoulders, and stepped out. Snow made the hut's threshold soft. The pine stood as if it had been carved out of the night. No breeze moved. The winter flute had set down its bough. The world had swallowed its throat clearing and was waiting without strain. Even the icy creak that sometimes rose from deep inside the trunk had paused, the way a sleeper pauses between dreams. The hermit stood still too. He listened into a silence that did not ask anything of him. It was not the silence he had known in his younger years, the silence with teeth, the silence that arrived after arguments like a door slammed and made the room smaller. It was a wide bowl, clear, cold, empty, and generous. He lifted his worries, the small ones that still came like stray dogs, whether the roof would hold under a heavy snow, whether the old kiln stone was too cracked to heat well another winter, whether his heart would go on counting the way it had promised. And he set them in that bowl, imaginary hands making an actual gesture. In the silence, the worries became visible to themselves. They looked back at him with less drama than they had worn the day before. They took up less space. He did not chase them. He did not pet them. He let them be there in a container that did not leak. The bowl held. He learned to do this in the daylight too. On a noon when sun bounced off snow so intensely that the hut seemed lit from the floor, a thought began its old habit of chewing a corner of the mind. He walked to the pine, placed his palms against the bark, and felt the cold rise into his bones. He offered the thought to the silence between the tree's smallest sounds. Sometimes the silence was thin, and he needed to listen longer, his attention a match held to a stubborn wick. Sometimes it was immediate, deep as a well, and his shoulders dropped without his permission. The bowl was always there, waiting for whatever he would set down. One week, the valley found conflict and sent it uphill as echoes. Men argued in the market about taxes and fairness and who we were. The mountain caught their voices and arranged them into a low, indistinct murmur, as if the rocks did not believe in edges. A neighbour came up to the hut with a face like a fist and left, after tea, and a long, rambling story about a broken wheel with a face like an open hand. The hermit did not offer counsel. He sat the neighbour down under the branches and told him to count the layers of sound until he could not count any more. Wind under snow, under crow, under breath. Under the small trickle, the thaw had started, where the slope pinched itself into a crease. By the time the neighbour lost his place and laughed at himself, the words in his chest had untied a knot. At times the pine said too much for one pair of ears. A gale unstitched itself along the ridge and banged into the tree with a thoughtless shoulder. Needles hissed. Branches agreed and disagreed. Something cracked in the distance that was not his tree and was not an accident. It was how mountains edit their forests. The hermit went inside then, not to avoid the lesson, but to practice it under a different roof. He sat on his mat. He breathed into his ribs. He laid an imaginary bamboo stick across his thighs and balanced the storms that still lived in him on that stick. An old insult that woke in his jaw some nights and asked for a witness. A grief that had dried but kept a delicate salt in his mouth. The urge to be seen as wise even by his own shadow. He watched them tip and right themselves, tip and right. And by the time the storm outside had lost its maps and gone looking for a new town, the images had faded like chalk in rain. Spring walked up from the valley on measured feet. It did not run. It carried a basket of water and left drops wherever it rested. Snow let go its logic and sank back into the ground's old sentences. The pine's winter flute loosened into many strings again. Near the trunk, tight candles of bright new needles rose from the ends of branches. They were soft enough to stroke without pricking. Resin swelled in amber beads that caught the light and made it honey-colored. Bees found the beads and decided against them, preferring actual flowers. The hermit took a little resin for the jar, where he kept what passed for medicine: pine salve for cuts, willow bark for headaches, gentian bitter as a scolding for the days a stomach forgot how to be patient. He pruned a dead limb where snow had been too insistent and made it into a shelf for his hut. He tied a rope swing from one sturdy branch and did not sit on it himself, but when a friend arrived with a child, he watched the child's face discover the idea of flying without leaving the ground. The pine endured both the rope and the laughter, like an elder that knows laughter is older than rope. The hermit stood near, a hand ready to steady but not needed. Sometimes, sitting with his back against the tree, he spoke to it in the language of seasons. In summer, he would say, "You are a crowd." He would listen to all the voices layer and lift, the voices of heat and insect and wind. In winter, you are one. He would listen for that single, austere tone and let it draw a straight line across the inside of his mind. And in autumn, he would say, "You are a teacher of letting go." On those days, as if to demonstrate, the pine would release a small rain of yellowed needles that would catch in the hermit's hair and lap. He would brush them off into a neat circle around the trunk, a soft cushion that kept the ground cool and the rain held for later. In spring, he would finish, "You are the story that keeps starting." He kept other company, as one must, if only to remember the variation a human voice provides. A traveling monk stopped by on his way north, where the mountains make a blue line that the weather studies. They bowed. They ate barley together. The monk spoke a little of sutras and a lot of birds. They sat under the pine without comparing wisdom. The monk slept deeply, and in the morning, after hearing the winter flute even though it was spring, because memory plays old notes where it wants, he left with his sandals mended and a pocket containing a cone to carry home. Later, a woman who collected herbs brought the hermit a sprig of mountain mint and took, in exchange, a bundle of pine smoke he had dried inside a jar by holding it over the fire's path. She said she would use it to talk to aches that knew only the old language of wood. Not everything learned from the pine was in the ear. He learned with his eyes how the branches kept distance from one another, the way respectful friends do, leaving spaces for light to pass. He learned from the roots, half visible where the soil had worn, how to hold on without strangling the ground. He learned from the cones that time does not hurry, scales open when they open. Once, impatient and curious as a child, he set a closed cone near the coals to ask heat to argue with time. It popped open and answered him with the smell of old sunshine. He laughed at his trickery and returned to the slow way, letting wind and weather do their patient arithmetic. He swept the needles off the hut's roof when the weight grew likely to invite mice. He used a broom he had made from a birch branch and stubborn grass, and listened as the bristles talked to the bark and to the thatch, each stroke a sentence about the ordinary mercy of maintenance. He set fallen twigs against the north wall to dry, and on days too wet to work outside, he whittled them into pegs and spoons, his hands learning to take away everything that was not a peg or a spoon. The pine watched with the soft attention of something that has learned to trust a neighbor. When rain visited and set 1,000 small drums on each needle, the tree's voices multiplied again. The hermit would sit inside then, door open, and watch the wet world do its thoughtful work. He would place his wooden bowl on the table near the doorway and let it catch what the pine offered. One drop from a needle's tip, then another, spaced so evenly that the bowl became a clock he preferred to all others. He drank from that water with a gratitude he did not force his mouth to say aloud. The pine's resin faintly flavored it. It tasted like calm remembering something. On a day when grief returned uninvited, wearing a different coat so it would not be recognized at first, he carried it to the tree. He sat and named it correctly when it showed its face. He let it speak. He did not correct its grammar. He did not rush it. When it had said what it had saved up, he opened the bowl of silence again, set the grief there without telling it how to behave, and waited. In a while, the grief, which had been 10 hands tall inside the hut, looked more like a dog at his feet, large still and heavy-boned, but breathing evenly, eyes closed, trusting the night to hold it. Some evenings, when the valley lit its small lamps, and the mountain took back its shadows and kept them, he sang. There was no tune the pine didn't like. He sang songs that had no words, and songs that repeated a single one, until the meaning wore away and left a round stone of sound. The pine listened, and sometimes, when wind touched the lowest branches, sang back in the winter flute, even though it was not cold, a reminder that one voice can live in another season if it chooses, and that time is not a closed fist. Once the hut burned, not to the ground, but enough. A spark leapt from the brazier to a swallow's old nest tucked in the wrong corner. The hermit had forgotten to carry it out after the fledglings left. Fire found thatched reed and made its old argument. He pulled the mat, the bowl, the warm blanket, and stood outside as the roof smoked and coughed and then settled into a black-lipped ache. When it was done, he leaned against the pine and breathed smoke that remembered reeds and birds and years. He put his forehead to the bark and felt the tree's coolness move into him. He could hear the life running in it, slow, regular, uninterested in his emergency. He borrowed that rhythm and rebuilt without hurrying. People from the village came with rope and straw and jokes that tried to keep their sympathy from becoming heavy. The pine shed a few scorched needles without melodrama. The hut stood again in a week, smelling of new thatch and the old story of flame having been taught manners. Years thickened, then thinned again. The hermit's hair surrendered its color and grew softer in the bargain. The pine widened, rings laid down one careful summer at a time. Birds, strange to his younger eyes and common to his older ones, nested and nested again. Sometimes he thought, we have grown old together. Sometimes he thought, the pine has only just begun and I am an afternoon guest. Both thoughts were true enough to sit beside each other and share a cup. When his hearing lost a little of its high, precise reach, he found the tree's lower voices more easily, the trunk's inward language, the pressure of sap, the minimal shift of weight as root found stone and chose to go around. The 1,000-voice summer fell into 100 voices, then 50, and the 100 were sufficient, as seasons are sufficient, and the 50 were a comfort. When his knees ached, he leaned on the bark and let the stiffness travel into the wood and then down into the ground where stiffness belongs. He did not apologize to the tree for old age. He had learned better manners from it than that. Once, in a rare selfish mood, he asked the pine for something, not an object he could hold, but the kindness it had taught him in pieces. He asked for it all at once, greedy as a child requests a festival day. The wind was quiet, A white moth vaunted itself through a slant of light, as if it had just invented that way of moving. He placed his hand on the bark, and the pine answered in the one voice he had forgotten he could still hear. No sound at all, a bowl clear enough for a sky. He laughed quietly so as not to spill it. He set the day's little stack of concerns in that bowl and left them there while he went to fetch water, while he sharpened his knife, while he closed his eyes for a moment and let them rest in the shadow the branches made, a shadow that kept the sun's heat and let the light through. He came back to the bowl and found the concerns smaller. He picked up what still needed the hands and let the rest remain. At dusk, when wind returned from wherever wind spends its afternoons, he listened to the pine speak all the voices it had learned to speak over his years with it. He did not decide which voice was best. He did not prefer summer's crowd over winter's flute, or the midnight bowl over the noon shimmer. He listened until listening was the whole of him, until the line between his breath and the tree's breath was less important than the fact that there was breathing. He closed the door when it was time and left it ajar when it was time and knew the difference without asking. Outside, the pine stayed awake as trees do, half at guard, half in a dream of sap and light, ready to answer or to be silent, whichever the hour required. The gate took leaves the way a river takes stones, constantly, without opinion. They arrived in every language the seasons spoke. Broad ginkgo fans that clapped the ground in gold applause, maple hands red as the inside of a plum, thin pine needles that travelled in whispering flocks, camphor leaves dark and leathery with a polished shine that remembered rain. They spun down in patient spirals or rushed in through the opening on a wind that had business elsewhere. By the hinge post, they gathered in a curl as neat as a monk's ear. Along the threshold plank, they formed their little countries and borders, and then betrayed them with the next gust. The young monk was given a broom when the first cold sharpened the air. It was rice straw bound to a bamboo handle with red twine. The head flared like a comet. When he lifted it, a soft, dry sound came from the bristles themselves, as if they were telling him the story of all the fields they had once stood in. He bowed to the gate the way he bowed to the bell and began. Morning taught him the weight of dew. Leaves that would have skated from a dry board clung in damp coins. He learned to flick the broom, not press, coaxing edges free, listening for the tiny sigh when a stubborn leaf lost its argument. He drew them in arcs, continuous curves that pleased the eye, and noticed how the broom wrote the ground in strokes: long, long, pause, short, curve, lift. The sound of it, shrr, shrr, entered his ribs and made a metronome of breath. The wind was uninvited and important. It came through the gate with the pride of a messenger and rearranged his work as casually as a cat rearranges a pile of folded cloth. He hardened in the shoulders at first. He drove the broom with the attitude of a hoe. The straw bent and complained. Leaves fled, then returned behind him, laughing a dry, papery laugh. And he was back at the place he had started with an extra heat in his face and nothing to show for it. The master came to stand in the shade of the camphor and watch. No instruction at first, just the presence that made the air a little easier to breathe. When the monk's jaw had set like old plaster, the master stepped onto the path and took the broom from his hands as if receiving a friend's child. He placed the bristles lightly on the ground and moved them in a slow semicircle, shoulder loose, wrists soft, the way a brush writes the first stroke of a character. Leaves slid in a loose obedience and gathered near his ankle like fish called by a kind hand. "Against the wind," the master said. "You sharpen it." He turned, and the next arc went with the wind, harnessing it like a tail current. "With it, you lengthen it." He handed the broom back. The monk tried both ways and felt the difference in his bones, not just in the ground. He stepped to the side and the master nodded. "Sweep with the sky," he said, and left him in the equal company of sun and air. He swept at dawn when the gate was the first thing the light touched, and birds stitched their noisy thread over the lane. He swept at noon when dust lifted in little motes around his ankles, and the broom straw warmed under his palms. He swept at evening when the low sun gilded each leaf, as if the day wanted a last look at itself. The sound of the broom changed through the day. Wet mornings gave a deeper drag, a velvet rasp. Dry afternoons were all silk and whisper. In late winter, when frost filmed the stones, the bristles sang a brittle, bright note that made him think of bells practicing alone. People passed, which showed him why he was there. A widow with onions in a net bag, walking as if her body had learned not to jostle its own sadness. A farmer with a shoulder pole, left bucket empty, right one full, balance found without arithmetic. Two children hopping a game that required only squares drawn with a charred stick. A merchant wearing a hat too new for his head. An old soldier whose limp announced itself a half step before he turned the corner. They lifted their feet a hair higher where the path was clear. Not one of them thanked him, and not one needed to. Their footprints thanked him, heel, ball, toe, each imprint laid down on a place that would not argue. Sometimes he stopped to watch what the gate did with strangers. A pilgrim arriving at last light, the dust on her robe writing the whole road in a single coat, stood under the lintel and took off her hat as if the sky had gotten taller. A boy, bored and brilliant, ran a finger along the swept ground and made a river. The monk left the river. The river belonged. Later the wind braided it with leaves, and the day decided it had been a good idea. Rain came, and the yard became a map of continents. The broom slid, and the monk learned to listen for slippery intention. Worms rose in their pink punctuation marks and lay surprised by air. He picked them gently by a leaf and set them in the garden bed, speaking without words to their soft confusion. Bamboo drip, drip, dripped from the eaves into a clay jar in a tempo that his body borrowed for sweeping. After, when he leaned the broom against the hinge post, his hands smelled like rain's memory in straw. On festival days, the gate was a river of lamps and laughter. Paper confetti from a child's lion dance fell into the leaves like late blossoms. He swept in long ribbons to make a clearing, and children asked if they could help. He gave them each small hand brooms and let them chase beetle-sized piles over the stones, their faces as serious as craftsmen. A grandmother in red sleeves pressed 2 sugared chestnuts into his palm and said, "A clean threshold is good for the ancestors." He did not know whether that was doctrine, but he knew it was true. In spring, the plum trees remembered their vocabulary and began dropping petals with their old, generous habit. The ground became a page with soft punctuation, commas of pink and white scattered without grammar. A visitor said, "Don't sweep, it's beautiful." He nodded and did not sweep for a while. He watched the petals settle into softness and then into slip, a night rain turning them to a paste that made walkers hesitant. He swept then, not to remove beauty, but to give it a place to rest. He gathered the petals into a basin and later poured them at the foot of the plum, a small ceremony nobody asked for. A broom is a teacher that wears out in public. Its bristles shortened, its voice changed. The red binding loosened until a day came when the broom left a crescent of straw on the ground, with each stroke, a soul shedding itself. He took a morning to make a new one. He split bamboo by following its grain rather than forcing his idea. He bound rice straw with twine that had a stubborn dignity and learned again how each strand thinks it is the only one until it's tied. When he slipped his hand down the new handle, the bamboo's nodes told his palm the ages of rain they had measured. He hung the old broom under the eaves, not as a relic, but as a teacher still, its stubble reminding him how effort can be spent honestly without regret. Some days were leafless, the gate gathered dust. He sprinkled the ground with water from a gourd, watched tiny storms settle, and then moved the broom as if smoothing a robe. The sound was different, no rasp, only a hush, the way a cat's paw sounds on paper. He found he could see foot patterns clearly then. The quick trip of a child, the bunched hesitation of a visitor undecided, the lazy figure 8 of the temple cat who believed every path was made in recognition of his route. He let these signs be as they were, and the broom became a way to read without touching a page. When he grew tired, he thought of finishing. His mind hung a small bright lantern in the future with the word done on it and began walking faster toward it. Then wind came from the northern corner and tipped a small country of leaves back across the line he had just drawn. He felt the old heat rise and watched it like a leaf caught mid-fall in a spider's thread, still moving, but slower, visible to itself. He laughed then, genuine and short, like water finding a stone it loved. "You are the job," he told the broom, "not the leaves." The master asked him, one noon while their shadows lay politely under their bodies, "When is the courtyard clean?" "When no leaves remain," he said, because he was young and honest. The master pointed at the gate. A wind ran through, not eager to teach, only being wind. 3 leaves lifted from the pine and landed exactly where they liked, as if they had paid for the property long ago. "When a foot enters," the master said, and again when the next foot enters. He mulled this while sweeping left, shrar, and sweeping right, shar, and it made a seat for itself in the mind and drew its legs up, content. He learned to make small piles where wind would hold them, against the wall by the bell, in the lee of the stone basin, behind the guardian lion, whose expression never changed no matter how he felt about leaves. At the end of each round, he carried the piles to the garden. There, a square behind the kitchen had been given to the idea of return. He layered leaves with kitchen peels and straw, with a pinch of old soil and a ladle of water. He pushed the broom head into the mound like a baker pushes a fist into dough, and felt the heat that comes from quiet work. He learned to trust rot, a rich word that makes poor people comfortable and scares the hurried. In a season, the pile was earth again, and he carried it in a woven basket to the roots of the trees that had sent the leaves. The broom had become translation, leaf to path, path to pile, pile to soil, soil to leaf. Children loved the crossing, where his sweeping ended and their play began. One girl taught him a hopping game with a rhyme about a fox and a well. He pretended not to know the rules and let her instruct him, which she did with the gravity reserved for work older than speech. He swept lanes for their running and left small islands of leaves as castles to be defended with sticks that were scepters before they were swords. He kept an eye on the line where laughter can turn into stumbling, and swept laughter back from that line as deftly as he swept leaves. On a day of hard rain, when the yard was mostly a sound, he took the broom inside and listened to it dry. Straw has a voice for this too, a settling contract satisfied by warmth. He repaired the binding, rubbed the bamboo with an oil that had once been sesame and now remembered hands. He looked at the gate through the paper screen, leaves plastered in temporary maps, water threading their veins darker. It would all wait. This knowledge was a kind of rest. In summer, wind spent more time sleeping. The courtyard heated and the stones exhaled a tiny wavering that made everything look like it wished to become water. Dust rose in puffs under sandals, and the broom wrote in it so lightly the letters barely showed. He sprinkled a handful of well water to tame the dust, the droplets flashing the briefest of rainbows in their fall. Bees wandered drunk patterns over the camphor blooms, and often forgot the straightest path home. He remembered not to stand guard over his own work. He remembered the sweetness in working slowly, his back soft, his grip sure but not closing. Once, a man came to the gate with anger bunched in his hands. He had words saved up like nails. The monk looked at the man's hands, and then at the ground, and then at the broom and said, "Would you sweep with me until you remember what you were going to say?" The man blinked, then laughed without humor, then shrugged, then took the second broom that leaned behind the post. 2 brooms moved in arcs that found each other and did not collide. In 10 minutes, his hands had opened enough to hold air instead of nails. He remembered, but differently. They spoke about a missing goat, as if the goat had been a wind, not a betrayal. The monk learned that sometimes a broom is more tactful than any sentence. Snow came one night with a soft argument. In the morning, the world wore a neat blankness. He swept paths in it, and the broom's sound changed again, hollow, airy, a kind of breathing. He swept not to remove snow. The snow was everywhere and had a right, but to make confidence in the feet that would come. The edges were important, clean lines that said, "This way." A child ran ahead of a parent and left a pair of prints like quotation marks in a story. By afternoon, the path's speech thickened with slush, and he learned the weight of winter in the bristles. Pressing and lifting, the same work, a different world. The cat had opinions about sweeping it did not articulate. It placed itself in the way with intention and watched the bristles approach, then skittered just out of range, tail making a question mark. He swept around the cat because cats taught you how to navigate what will not move for your plans. When the cat finally permitted relocation, it did so as if it had just thought of it. He counted his strokes sometimes, 10, 20, 100, and then forgot numbers and kept moving. He matched them to the breath accidentally, and then on purpose, and then not at all. He noticed that all sweeping belongs to time, but that some of it lives in a pocket, where time looks in from the threshold and thinks better of intruding. He noticed his mind's quick habit of traveling, and the broom drew it back the way a mother draws a wandering child back by the hem, not scolding, simply including. Years made their circles. The red binding on the new broom faded to a gentle rust. The handle grew smooth where his hand had taught it the shape of work. Once, a strong wind came and made a chaos that took an entire afternoon to befriend. He stopped, not in defeat, but in agreement, leaned on the broom and watched the gate swallow and release the weather. He poured tea into a chipped cup and put it on the threshold for the wind, the way you put a saucer of milk for a creature you respect without trusting. He drank, and the wind drank. Then he swept a little, and the wind stopped trying to win, and they did the yard together. Another morning, the master came and stood with him and did not speak of sweeping. They watched a single leaf wobble down with an indecision that would be comic anywhere but here. It landed and turned twice and made up its mind where to rest. The master lifted his eyebrows, and the monk felt a lesson arrive without words. He brought the broom forward and moved the leaf 2 hands' widths to the side so it would not interfere with a sandal. He did it gently, as if the leaf were asleep. On his way to ring the noon bell one day, he paused with the broom halfway raised. The threshold was clean, and still a leaf arrived, honest as an afterthought. He let it be. A traveller's foot placed itself beside it without bruising. A child's foot skipped it, and then returned to set it straight. The cat ignored it until it didn't. A gust relocated it an inch. The broom, later, gathered it with a few of its friends and gave it to the garden. In his chest, something small and insistent had less to say. Evenings, when the courtyard held a last low light, he leaned the broom where the hinge post made a small shadow and sat with his back against the warm wall. The path gleamed its quiet geometry. A few leaves had already begun their next sermon near the gate. He let them talk. The broom's straw splayed softly, drying, ready. He watched one pair of feet arrive, then another, each step entering the clear corridor his hands had made. Each person walking more surely, because the ground had been asked to be a path and had agreed. He did not bless them exactly. He listened to the faint rasp of their sandals and heard underneath it the sound the broom would make tomorrow. The fisherman's hands remembered the shape of rope, the way a singer remembers a melody, without effort, without the need to hum. Night had pressed its dark palm over the harbour, and the lamplight in his hut shaped a small yellow lake on the floor. The net lay across his knees like a soft map of the sea, full of bays and peninsulas where it should have been a lattice. He found one broken place and teased the frayed ends apart, gentle as untangling hair. The air smelled of tar and salt and smoke. Outside, a rope creaked in its ring, speaking to the wind in an old, respectful tone. He was not young, but his fingers were. They pinched and twisted and tucked, with the patience of a clock that keeps time even when nobody looks. When he removed a rotten knot, he did so, as if lifting a splinter from a child's heel. No violence, only care. He fed the twine through, tied the new bend, tested it with a pull, then a second pull, then a nod that nobody needed to see. Around him, the house held its quiet the way a bowl holds water. A kettle pretended to have finished its job, and still sighed now and then, a memory of steam in its metal. His daughter came to the doorway and leaned with her cheek against the frame. "So many knots," she said, not to scold, not to praise, simply to notice. "So many holes," he answered, smiling without lifting his eyes. She came to sit cross-legged on the floor and ran a finger along the net's edge, lightly enough not to disturb the single mind of the work. "What are their names?" she asked. She had learned that everything her father cared for had names beyond the first ones. He lifted the corner near her lap and spread it fat like a sail. "This one was Hurry," he said, showing the break where he had pulled too hard on a cold morning last winter, and the rope had remembered how to be plant and given up. This was Pride, indicating a knot he had tied too tight to show a younger man how strong he was, and which had cut its neighbour. And this, he said, touching a gap no larger than a coin, was Worry. It ate at the twine when the wind was nothing at all. She laughed softly, then grew as serious as someone who has been given a task. "What will this one be?" "Attention," he said, tying the bend and letting his breath go only when the twine had decided to agree. He worked in a circle, the way mending works best, not in a line that forbids turning back, but in a pattern that lets you arrive again at what you thought you were done with and make it kinder. At his elbow, a small dish of oil waited for the moment when the twine would need a slick finger to persuade it through a stubborn eye. He dipped, he stroked, he coaxed. In the corner, a bucket of shells muttered their dry gossip. The lamplight rested in his daughter's black eyes and made them look filled with a tide. He showed her how to tie the simplest binding, thumb and forefinger doing the work, while the other hand only offered. She missed the first loop and frowned, missed the second and swallowed the frown, found the third and raised her eyebrows as if a bird had landed on her knee. "Do you mend the sea when you mend this?" she asked, and he shook his head. "The sea mends itself. I mend my part." When sleep called her by name, she went like someone answering a friend at the door. He listened to the soft blanket of her breathing from the next room and went on with the work. He did not hurry, because the night was wide. He did not dawdle, because the morning was exact. He spoke once to the lamp which had flickered. "Steady," he said, and the flame obeyed because the oil was good and the wind had not meant anything by it. When the last gap was closed, he laid the net over a stool and stepped back. It looked like a single thought now, even with its 100 small differences. He ran his palm across it and felt where the knots made a kind of braille only the fingers could read. He set the needle aside, rubbed a little oil into his hands, and put them to his eyes for a moment, as if blessing his ability to see. Then he banked the lamp and let the dark return to the places it had waited patiently while he worked. Before light, the world was glass. The boat answered the dock with a hollow knock, one old friend greeting another. He set the net in the bow and pushed off. The oars dipped and rose, touching and leaving like a respectful guest. Far out, where the gulls had not yet decided which boats to argue with, he cast. The net opened in a round brief flower and then sank, the weight speaking a wet syllable as they went. He could feel it descend through layers of temperature, cold touching his wrists in the rope, old cold that remembered winter. He waited, not for fish, not for proof, just to be part of the water's thinking. The morning bent open to the east. A gull wrote a crooked line across the sky, then folded its pen. He drew the line and felt the net rise by its own desire to be full of air again. It came heavy with green, ribbons of weed, a shy crab hanging on with the bravery of a small fighter, a few silver fish no longer surprised by the air. He freed the crab and let the weed stream back into the sea, a handful at a time, green hair returning to a wet head. On the second cast, he found fewer weeds and more light. He kept what would feed a day and nodded to what would not. When the sun climbed the short distance from horizon to hat brim, he rowed home. The catch he counted without counting. The sunrise, the gull's raw morning cry, the taste of salt on cracked lip, the little weight in the boo that promised soup later. Enough. It had always been the word he liked best. He spread the net to dry on the line, and the breeze did the rest. Knots leaned into air. Sun wrote its blunt poetry across the squares. His daughter came to stand beside him with sleep still rubbing its eyes, and saw the mended places glint like new stitches on an old shirt. "Will it hold?" she asked. "As long as I notice," he said. And that day, when he cut vegetables on the worn board and fed the pot with its honest portion, he tied another knot, not with twine, but with attention, and gave it his name. One more fastening in the mesh that kept the day from losing what mattered. Later, when storms came, the kind that teach the harbour its posture, he did not boast about the tightness of his net. He tested it, and where it asked, he loosened and retied, let it stretch so it would not break. He taught his daughter that care has a rhythm. Check, mend, rest, check again. Through the seasons, he learned to see holes that began in the mind, a tear called hurry when the oars were late, an old cut named pride when a neighbour's boat returned fuller. A stealthy looseness named worry, always worrying its way bigger. He tied those knots with breath and with the lamp turned low and with the patience of a sea that has time. When the year turned and they lit lanterns for the dead, he set the net on his lap and silently thanked all the hands that had taught his hands, the fish that had given him salt, the wind that had lied to him kindly, saying it would be easy, and then teaching him how to listen. He did not know if the net kept prayers, but it kept his life, and that was the same work said differently. He lifted it with his daughter, and together they checked one square, then the next, closing what had opened, leaving open what must be open, making, in the end, a pattern that held everything by letting everything through. The cat belonged to nobody and to the temple entirely. Grey with a fog's subtle stripes, a small white bib at the throat like a napkin, tucked for a meal that never ended, eyes the particular yellow of old bell bronze. It appeared at meals and naps and philosophy as if all of these were rooms it had purchased long ago. Its paws, neat as folded paper, made no announcements. Wherever the sun went, the cat had a key. It knew the schedule better than the bell ringer and ignored it more thoroughly. At dawn, when incense drew its first thin line and the floor was cool, it walked the corridor with the gravity of a rector inspecting pews. Head low, whiskers forward, tail like a question that had ceased to be urgent. In the hall, monks knelt in a tide of black sleeves. The cat tested the cushion at the end of a row and decided it was warmer at the window where the old camphor leaned. It sat as if born to sitting. Front paws together, back feet tucked, spine a soft pillar. Gaze not on anything, not away from anything. If a thought crossed its mind, it did not confess. Novices worried about it the way young minds worry about spare threads. "Shouldn't we teach it not to wander?" one said, watching the cat step over a stack of sutras without so much as a fur brush to the edges. "Shouldn't everything here have discipline?" They took their case to the abbot, who was watching tea steam as if it were a parade. He lifted an eyebrow to the cat, which had placed itself parallel to a sun-warmed stripe on the floor and was aligning its entire being with that one geometrical fact. "The cat already has discipline," he said, and then, to prevent the question from turning into a lesson he did not feel like giving, he gestured with his chin. "Watch." They watched for a week. The cat gave them curriculum. It ate when eating, placed its face in the bowl without preface, chewed the soft fish as if each bite were a single raindrop. It did not consult tomorrow or yesterday. When finished, it sat to a brief wash, which was not vanity but maintenance. Tongue, paw, ear, paw, shoulder, a sequence older than the bell. When washing was done, it slept, committed to the project with a seriousness that made the novices blush about their fragmented naps. Sleep arranged its limbs like a careful gardener arranges stones, this one here, that one there, the jaw set on the front paws like a promise kept. In the afternoon, when a square of light spilled from the paper window onto the wooden floor, the cat stepped into it as if onto a boat and sailed nowhere with terrific skill. One ear rotated to follow a fly's small, irritating sermon. The tail made a half swish that offended nobody. A novice came with a broom and stopped. The stripe was in the way of sweeping. The cat looked at the broom, looked at the stripe, looked at the novice, and the novice unexpectedly swept around the light. It attended ceremonies with the nerve of a dignitary and the morals of a child. During chanting, it made itself long and evident on the altar steps and blinked in time with the drum. Once, at a funeral, it came to sit beneath the bier, and looked at the mourners with an honesty that made 3 of them weep more easily and 1 weep less. It never stepped on the scrolls and almost never knocked over a cup. When it did knock one over, it placed a paw in the spill, considered the sensation, and left a wet paw print down the hall like a calligrapher experimenting with new paper. A novice followed with a cloth and learned something about swift, kind cleaning. The kitchen recognized it as an inspector of stoves. It placed itself within reach of the fish when fish existed and 3 feet farther away when it did not, the way a skilled negotiator sits. It never begged. It presented availability. The cook, a hard man with a soft oven face, waited for the cat to blink before he surrendered a scrap. If the abbot arrived, the cook pretended he had been generous by accident. Neither was fooled. On wet days, when rain laid its grey grammar over the tile roofs, the cat sat under the eaves and watched swallows pass the sky. It would not touch the wet unless it had to, and when it had to, it lifted each foot in precise disgust, then shook it free of droplets with the grace of a dancer removing ornaments after the performance. When thunder argued with the hill, the cat did not. It flattened an ear, then the other, and went on with the business of being a warm thing beneath a roof. Its favourite place in winter was the brazier room, where coals kept a centre of red and old men kept a centre of stories. It installed itself in laps without apology, claiming the right that comes only from being extremely soft. The eldest monk, who had never been allowed children by the shape of his vows, and had never quite recovered from that bargain, let the cat's weight teach his knees again the justification for tenderness. When he breathed, the cat rose and fell. When the cat purred, the monk felt the old engine in his own chest answer. One evening, when the moon avoided the sky and the hall wore pure black, and the candles were small ministers holding office at the edges, the cat stepped onto the dais where a young monk was composing a calligraphy he wanted very much to be admired for. The brush hovered, hunting for the exact stroke that would make the character look inevitable. The cat put its paw delicately on the paper's corner. The monk's breath caught. Fear for perfection, fear for failure. The cat's paw left a print, a small 5-pointed blossom in wet ink. The young monk stared. The abbot, who was watching from the side, coughed to keep from laughing. The character, it turned out, could live with a paw flower. The monk wrote again the next day with less hunger in his hand. The debates about training faded like festival smoke. The cat taught without preparing a lesson. When a novice swept, the cat became the boundary. Here is where you must pay attention, and here is where attention can rest. When the bell rang, the cat listened, not to the instruction, but to the metal remembering the mountain it came from. When the abbot scolded one of the younger monks for racing to be first at anything, the cat strolled by like a living footnote that read, "Speed is a seasoning, not a meal." At night, it walked the cloister with the moon band on its back and hunted mice as if they were thoughts coming at the wrong time. It did not boast its kills. A whisker caught the lamplight like silver grass. If it failed without dramatic accounts. One winter morning, after snow had pressed the world into simplicity, the cat stepped into the courtyard and left a line of clear, round prints, each like a coin of evidence. A novice followed, placing his own feet where the cat had placed its, not for play, but for the startling feeling of being led by something that did not intend to lead him. He found himself at the bell, without his wanting to ring it any earlier than he should. He waited. The cat waited. When the hour arrived, the cat went away, and the novice pulled the rope, and the sound rolled across the roofs like sunlight finding a river. In time, the novices stopped asking what rules the cat should be taught. They asked, instead, what rules the cat could teach them. Eat when eating, sleep when sleeping, sunbathe when sunbathing, sit when sitting. And when the mind wanted to stand on 3 cushions at once, chase a tail that did not need chasing, they remembered the cat in the stripe of light, aligning itself completely with a single warm fact, and letting the day do the rest. The temple was easier to live in after that, though nothing had changed that could be pointed to with a finger. In spring, the cat disappeared for 2 days and returned with a new seriousness and a small scar on its ear. Nobody asked for the story. The abbot put a pillow on the floor near his chair, as if he had always meant to have one there. The cat occupied it, and the temple, which already belonged to itself, sat a little more fully inside its own life. The stream ran out of the mountain as if it had been given simple instructions and was pleased to follow them. It had a voice for every bend. Where it hurried past a tangle of roots, it sounded like a seamstress at work. Where it widened and forgot to be in a rush, it made the long vowel of contentment. Stones were its alphabet, rounded and found and placed by time's smooth hands. One of them, a large, agreeable oval, sat half in the water, half in air, the perfect student of both. A wanderer came along the path that might have been a path, or might have been the accident of many feet deciding similarly. He had the look of someone who had listened to a lot of weather. He wore the dust of a valley and the colour of a road, and his sandals had made friends with their failings. He stopped, not because the stone was spectacular, but because it was exactly itself. Half wet, half dry, the water lapped its lower flank and draped a wet sash across its middle. The sun warmed its back. Moss had made a home on the shadowed side where spray reached, soft as secrets. The dry side hosted ants discovering the geometry of an afternoon. He sat on the bank and rested his walking stick across his knees. The sound of water moved into him and made a bed. He could feel the stones cool with his eyes, the way you can sense the temperature of a shadow even before you enter it. He wondered, not in a way that wanted to pin a butterfly, but in the way a child wonders before bedtime, what advice the stone might give, if stones gave advice. It had endured and changed by the same practice, staying while letting everything move around it. You couldn't argue with a stone. It would listen for a century and forget nothing and forgive everything by not needing any of it. He took off his sandals and put his feet in the water. The first shock turned to a long yes. He set his palm on the dry top of the stone and felt the sun bake into his skin, a different kind of yes. Between palm and stream, he became a small bridge. The hand warmed while the feet cooled. The skull cooled while the chest warmed. Breath discovered it could be both a bellows and a lake. He stayed until the temptation to make meaning began to thin, and then he stayed longer. An ant climbed onto his wrist and investigated the edge of his sleeve. He held still. A minnow tried life as a shadow beneath his toes and found it acceptable. He put his face toward the wind and let it revise his hair. The stone said nothing, which was the correct amount of talk. 2 children came to the bank with the urgent business of splashing. They asked him with their eyes whether this was a place for such work. He nodded without owning the stream. They filled the air with water and squeals. The stone did not mind. A kingfisher folded itself into an arrow and entered the water with authority, then returned to a branch with something silver that lost its silver quickly. Time was not a line here, so much as a smooth circle rolling under everything. He thought of a town not far down the road, where markets and opinions made a weather as quick as spring and as sticky as summer. He had been jostled there 2 days ago by a man whose shoulders carried his whole life and several others. He had nearly carried that man's anger for him, the way you find yourself picking up someone else's bag out of confusion. He kept a piece of the bump in his body longer than it deserved. Sitting with the stone, he felt it ease out of his muscles and float down the stream, probably to bump some other stone that did not collect bumps. He spoke once to see if sound had a place here. "How?" was all he asked. The stream took the word and made it a bubble that popped. The stone held the warmth of his palm and didn't answer, which was the answer. Touch both worlds. That was what the stone did by being where it was. Wet and dry, noise and quiet, motion and rest. Not undecided, not torn. Simply complete in two directions. A cloud slipped across the sun and the stone cooled beneath his hand. The stream darkened and grew louder, though nothing in it had changed but light. He learned something about shade that was not about shade. He stood and stepped into the stream up to his shins and felt the pull that wants you to become part of travel. He leaned against it and laughed. The water insisted without malice. Then he stepped back up to the bank and sat on a warm slab. Both feelings were honest. Neither owned him. He stayed the afternoon's length and watched a dragonfly hatch from its long planning. It came up from the stream bed in a skin that had done its job and now needed leaving. It hooked itself to a reed, tore a line along its back with a private zipper, and pulled itself out new, soft, unimaginable moments ago. He watched it pump itself into wings like clear windows. When a breeze came, it did not fall. It was both the creature of water and the creature of air. And he understood the stone in a new tense, not only between two elements, but a bridge between befores and afters. When the sun had the colour of tea, he put on his sandals and walked to the town. The noise met him at the gate, bargaining with the sharp edges still on, laughter with a stone in it, a cry about peaches long after peach season had done its part. He kept the stone's counsel under his ribs, half in, half out. He listened to the market the way you listen to rain when you're not deciding whether to bring in the laundry. A man bumped him, and he moved without receiving the bump as a letter addressed to his name. A woman asked a price twice and sighed when the answer didn't move an inch. He let her sigh pass through him, not as indifference but as a road that doesn't pretend it isn't a road. A child tugged his sleeve to show a wooden top that would not spin. He set it against a flat stone, flicked it just so, touch and release, wet and dry, and it spun long enough to teach the child what to do next time. That evening, a friend wanted an argument, the way some people want dessert. The subject was nothing disguised as something. He could do it. He had been good at it once. He put his hand on the table and felt its warmth as if it were the stone. He put his feet flat on the floor and felt a subtle coolness rising as if from the stream. "We can talk," he said, "or we can drink this tea." They drank. The argument went to bother someone who took better care of such pets. He slept with the window open and the sound of a different water, the well, bucket, rope, told him a dream about lifting and lowering. In the morning, before the market remembered its old choreography, he walked back to the stream. Fog sat in the curve like a guest who had stayed the night. The stone wore the same two coats. He thanked it with a press of his palm and felt the night's cool stored in it like a small treasure. He left a pea-sized pebble on top, not as an offering, but as a way to remember his own hand's capacity. A child might find it and flick it into the water, and nobody would be wrong. Seasons gathered and undid themselves. In summer drought, the stream narrowed a thread's width and stitched itself neatly between stones. The stone held its half-dryness with more dry. In winter, ice laid a clear glass over its wet flank and left the top free for frost to draw its delicate mathematics. He came in both weathers and matched his breath to the lesson. When he could not match it, he sat anyway. The stone did not grade him. It endured by touching both worlds, and slowly he learned to carry the market in one hand and the mountain in the other, without dropping either and without clenching. Years later, when a younger wanderer asked him on the same bank for advice, he found his hand moving before his mouth did. He placed the young man's palm on the stone's sunlit back and his bare feet in the clear run of water, and said nothing for a while. The stream did its part, the stone did its part, the air did its part, the body did its part. When he finally spoke, it was only to say, "Stay a moment longer than the moment that feels enough." The young man nodded without understanding, and then, after a while, understood without needing to nod. The stone kept its elemental appointment. The stream kept telling the hill how to be a valley. He kept walking to town and back, wearing a face the world found easier to be around, not because he had hidden anything, but because he had learned to be a small bridge, warm above, cool below, solid enough to stand on, open enough to let the river pass. The bell was no bigger than an apricot and no heavier than a handful of coins, but it announced itself like a river, one note at a time. It hung from the pilgrim's pack by a loop of leather that had been cut from an old sandal and burnished by miles. The bell had a crack near the rim, a hairline like a smile, and this made its voice slightly human. Never exactly the same twice, sometimes clear as a teaspoon tapped on a cup, sometimes a hoarse silver that seemed to have travelled a long way to ring at all. At first, he resented it. The sound told strangers where he was. It made a boundary around him that goats noticed and children noticed, and even the dust seemed to remember, lifting a little in its wake. On stony paths, the bell rang too quickly, like nerves. On loam, it rang leisurely, like someone satisfied with soup. Once, when he wanted to be invisible on a village edge, where old arguments liked to stroll, he took the bell off and tucked it deep in the pack. The quiet that arrived felt like a lie. He tied it back, annoyed at both options. He walked through wheat that sowed itself in lines to the horizon, through a pine corridor where light fell in measured squares. The bell stitched his steps together, bead following bead, a rosary of sound he had not meant to carry. Dogs, those professionals of territory, looked up when they heard it and then looked down again, deciding he belonged to the road rather than to the places they guarded. Sparrows lifted from dust and settled again 10 feet farther, making the same decision with less worry. One noon, a child with a stick ran beside him, keeping time with the bell by accident, then on purpose, then laughing when his feet or the bell forgot and the rhythm tangled. "Where are you going?" the child asked. The pilgrim shrugged with his eyebrows toward the hills and then beyond the hills. The child nodded, the way you nod at a riddle you don't plan to solve, and turned back toward the smell of lunch. The bell learned his mood. When he hurried for no reason, it scolded. Too many notes, too close together, a metal breathless. When he slowed, because a hawk unthreaded the sky, because a woman sang at a window, because the road itself seemed to remember a song and hum it through his feet, the bell softened until it almost wasn't there. He began to listen, at first to tame irritation, then because listening felt like having a companion who didn't insist on conversation. He matched his breathing to the bell by chance and then by will. Inhale over 2 steps, exhale over 3, the sound making a metronome of his ribs. In a mountain pass, the wind took the bell's job and rang it without asking. The leather loop slapped the pack as if clapping to keep warm. On a day of rain, the bell's voice thickened, a woolen sound, and when he camped beneath a crooked spruce, The bell chimed when a drop fell into its mouth, a secret little tone the pilgrim wouldn't have guessed could exist. He fell asleep to it, a random lullaby with order hiding inside it, and woke with his head full of small silver commas. There was a day he hated it. He had spoken careless words in a town that expected careful ones, and faces turned partly away in that particular angle that makes a person feel twice. He left at dusk, sour and stubborn. The bell tattled on him to the road, ragged, impatient notes. He tore it off and flung it into a ditch filled with fennel and old tins. The path went quiet as a closed room. Night climbed the hill. He walked half a mile with muscles arguing and thoughts trying to make big shadows. Then he turned, cursing himself in small, steady syllables, and went back by listening. Crickets told him where the ditch was not. A frog told him where it might be. The bell, held in the mouth of weeds, let out one little note when his foot shifted the ground. He picked it up like a lost thing and hung it back gently. "You can come," he said, "and so can I." In a city where wolves persisted in believing they were more important than sky, the bell changed him into a map that strangers could read. A woman with a basket heard him turning a corner and did not collide. An old man with a blind dog smiled towards him without needing a where. A group of boys paused the game in which they chased each other and the dust and resumed it in a way that did not swallow him. In the night, the bell rang sometimes because a mouse tested it, or a dream carried the pack a half inch. He woke to the single note and felt less alone in a room he had paid little for. On high days, he did not ring the bell on purpose. He would set it on a rock while he sat and watched a valley pour itself into its own shape. Watched a hawk swing an arc so effortless, he almost forgave flight for being impossible. The bell sat in the sun and glowed without sound. Wind arrived lightly, and the bell answered lightly. He learned he could be silent and still be in the same conversation. When he crossed a plateau, great as a held breath, the bell taught him patience. Step, step, note. Step, step, note. The sun moved its slow thumb across the fields of his shoulders. He took off his sandals and walked in dust until his feet remembered being feet. The bell counted. Not miles, not hours, only this, only this. Clouds amplified the bell's voice and then dampened it. He thought of a friend who had counted his life in achievements and felt tired now with heavy trophies. The bell counted steps and was content, a smaller arithmetic with larger mercy. He came at last to a crooked pine, at a pass where 3 roads shook hands and argued about nothing. It was not the end, only a place that felt like punctuation. He loosened the leather and held the bell in his palm. It had a little dent he had never noticed, and a ring of bright metal where the clapper had kissed it 1,000 times. He tied it to a low branch where travellers' offerings gathered. Strips of cloth like wishes, a child's bead, a soldier's buckle that had let go of its soldiering. The bell hung there and was lighter than his pack and heavier than a cherry. He took 3 steps away, and the wind, which had been listening politely, tested it. The bell rang a note that didn't belong to anyone anymore, and the pilgrim felt it circling his ribs even as he walked. He did not turn back. The bell continued walking in the language wind knows by heart. It started with sweeping the floor more carefully than the floor could possibly need. 4 monks, each with sleeves tucked high, each with a patience that had been taught by losing it 100 times, washed the stone and dried it, then washed it again because dust is an artist no one invites and everyone hosts. They set a low table. On it they placed small metal funnels with mouths thinner than threads, horsehair brushes cut to a pinpoint, bowls of sand so brightly powdered that the eye startled, reds that remembered crushed cinnabar and festivals, yellows made from ground flowers and rumours of ochre hills, blues that carried the weight of lapis and river sky, whites like bones made clean by time, greens that tasted faintly of growing. Visitors came soft-footed. They leaned in and then leaned back, as if a breath could be a wind and wreck a coastline. The eldest monk tapped a cone of white sand against the throat of a metal funnel, and the first line appeared, thin as the margin of dawn, steady, unpreoccupied. The second monk, whose shoulders wrote the story of an old injury, poured a curve that met the line and was changed by it. They laid petals that were only sand petals, then leaves that would never fall, then a star that sighed into existence because a hand that had made 1,000 mistakes now knew how to avoid one more. They worked the way mountains work, slow, repeating gestures understood by the body more than willed by the mind. A boy stood on a stool the way a heron stands on a piling and watched until hours dissolved. A woman who had taken grief into her house and fed it until it behaved, sat with her knitting and forgot to count. A merchant who trafficked in measures and exact weights put his thumb inside his fist and held it there so he would not beg for a straight edge where one did not belong. The sand kept making a map nobody had travelled and everyone recognized. On the second day, a fly came and wrote its own opinions along the border. A novice leaned to shoo it, and the old monk shook his head slightly. The fly landed at the center for a heartbeat, then left, carrying nothing but the story of being noticed. On the third day, a cough at the wrong time laid a ripple on a line. The monk lifted his sleeve and used one hair from it to comb the ripple into place. On the fourth day, a child, exhausted by beauty and the effort not to touch, closed her eyes and touched it, one small crescent blurred. The room inhaled sharply as a single animal. The monk with the old shoulder smiled, his mouth a soft parenthesis, and the child began to cry for the relief of being seen and forgiven at the same instant. He repaired the crescent with 3 grains, placed like 3 breaths. The child stood straighter as if a teacher had balanced a book on her head and her body had learned a new sentence. The mandala became a city. It had gates and courtyards, oceans and comets, borders and miracles. It told a story of how the world arises and the ways it falls apart, and what it remembers in the falling. It was exact and it was generous. The smallest triangles contained galaxies. The largest circles held quiet like a bowl that refused to spill. When it was perfect, not actually perfect, because sand and hands and rooms remember their limits, but as close as a heart can bring anything, the abbot came and stood in the doorway, as if asking permission from the village of colour. Permission was given. The monks set down their tools. A line of people formed without anyone telling it to. The oldest woman was first. She had watched the most hours and forgotten the most recipes to do so. The child came near the front because she had touched it once already and therefore belonged to it in a particular way. The monks lifted the table and began to walk. It was not a parade. Parades have an appetite for attention. This was a procession that seemed to make the air heavier by a handful and the earth lighter by the same amount. Drums did not sound. The bell didn't ring. Shoes whispered in the dust. The table spoke its own language, a hush of wood against palms. People turned toward doorways with clay bowls in their hands, forgetting why they had fetched them. The river met them without making an appointment. At the bank, they set the mandala down on stones that had been looking forward to this for centuries without knowing it. The abbot looked around once, not to check for permission, but to see who had come to have the moment with the river. Then he drew the first line through the mandala with a clean, dry feather, the act of unmaking made with as much care as the act of making. Lines became threads, threads became dust, dust became colour indistinguishable from other colour. Little gasps became sighs. The child did not cry. She leaned forward, eyes wide as bowls, and watched as the wind lifted a film of yellow and laid it on the surface of water. Then the current rolled it thin, and a fish rose because of its own reasons and moved through it, smearing a star into a new shape. They poured, 4 corners into the centre, then the centre toward the river. Then the river said thank you with a small answer. On a stone, 2 feet away. The colours ran, not like something fleeing, but like something arriving. People reached out with 2 fingers and touched what could be touched before it left, then rubbed those fingers together to learn the texture. It was both rough and soft, like an old idea stroked into usefulness. A boy placed a little in his pocket, and his mother, ready to correct, decided against it, and later found the grains days afterward, and smiled at a pair of shorts telling a better story than shorts usually do. The monks washed the table in the water, and the mountains watched them do it, understanding. They filled a gourd with a little of what remained and carried it back for the sick, for the doorways, for the places grief had crept into and begun to arrange furniture. They returned to the room that had held the mandala and swept. They swept with the care they had given to pouring. They swept until the floor was just a floor again. The sunlight crossed the bare stone with equal affection, the way it always had. The tools were washed and set away. The fly came back and found nothing to write on, wrote its poem on air and left knowing that air is a good page too. Days later, when a child asked, "What was it?" the answer depended on who answered. A woman said, "A promise made of sand." A man said, "A map of how to keep living." A monk said, "Work you do with your whole attention and then give back." The river said nothing, but was silted with happier minerals. The town slept as usual and dreamed a little more colour into its dreams. She liked to nap after the dishes were done, and before the afternoon pretended to be longer than it was. The porch boards were smooth from generations of feet and bare in a friendly way. A folded cloak was her pillow, the same cloak she wore to early markets when the Jew was ambitious, and the hillside draft knit itself through any fabric that took itself too seriously. She folded it more from habit than from need. Twice, then once again, wrist to elbow. A small ritual that told the body what came next. The porch faced the lane, a narrow river for neighbours and gossip and deliveries that were never important. It also faced the sky, which had more to say and less. That day, a single cloud wandered over the village with the casual authority of a cat crossing a table. It was not heavy enough to threaten, not thin enough to ignore. It was the exact right size to shade a woman, her porch, and the geraniums that insisted on blooming even when she forgot to encourage them. She lay down, head on the cloak. Wind pressed its soft paw through the leaves of the persimmon. A sparrow scolded the idea of larger birds. The cloak had the stored smell of smoke and thyme, and the small honey of her soap. Her eyelids were catalogues of light, orange, then red, then a purer dark that welcomed her with cool hands. Sleep folded over her as if it had been waiting on the step. In her dream, she traded the cloak for the cloud, not by bargaining, no coins changed pockets. The cloud lowered itself, a patient guest, and set its belly under her head. It made a pillow light as cream and as forgiving. It remembered the whole day's heat and the whole morning's cool and offered both. the cool on the skin, the heat in the dream's corridors. The cloud smelled clean, like boiled rice just before you lift the lid, like laundry abandoned on a line while rain changes its mind. It held her worries the way a pond holds a fallen leaf, supporting without drowning, surrounding without swallowing. She dreamed a little of a time she had been quick with a neighbour and left the words like pebbles in a shoe between them. The cloud arranged those pebbles into a small circle and grew a flower in the middle, because that is what clouds do when given stones and a second chance. She dreamed her husband's laugh from the year when both of them still ran across a field without thinking about joints. It came back tinny at first, and then truer, the way an old radio clears its throat and sings. She dreamed a recipe she had lost. That one for sesame sweets that had a pinch of pepper in them, like a joke told after the guests had already smiled. The cloud kept the taste safe in its belly until she woke, and then set it like a note on her tongue. When she opened her eyes, the cloak was warm and the cloud had gone to visit the hill. The geraniums held drops the size of seeds on their leaves that hadn't been there earlier. The world had been slightly edited while she slept. She sat up and her low back thanked her. A neighbour walked by with a basket and said, "Ah, you've been away." And she nodded yes and no. A boy on a makeshift scooter rattled past and left behind the sound of rattling as a gift the air took. She stood and shook the cloak, though nothing needed shaking, and carried it inside. The room had a clearer face. Dust had not changed, but how it sat with her had. The pot on the stove felt like a friend whose speech patterns you suddenly find endearing again. She set water to boil and remembered the sesame and the pepper. She pulled down the jar she had lifted 1,000 times and measured by the great-grandmother method. A bit more than that, a bit less than that, a spoon that is not a spoon, a pinch large enough to find with the eyes closed. The sweets tasted like the finished part of a song. Later the sky shaded another corner of the village, and she felt the cloud's pillow still under her thoughts. She took a small bag of oranges to the neighbour with whom the pebbles had been. "I found these on sale," she said, "because nobody needs a thesis with citrus." The neighbour nodded at the oranges' bright arguments and at the unspoken apology, and the small shoe between them shook itself empty. The next day was busier. The market wanted her hands, the roof wanted her ears. She did not lie down, but she sat now and then and put her head back against the chair and allowed a cloud she could not see to arrive and lift, to hold the neck without guilt, to let the breath lengthen in a way that felt like remembering something youth had known and age had misplaced. When heat came in a thin, nagging stream toward evening, she carried the cloak outside again and arranged herself on the porch. The cloud took its time arriving, as important things will. She set her head on the folded fabric, and before sleep reached her, she thought with a smile that she owned 2 pillows, one she kept in the house, and one the sky kept wherever it liked. It rained finally, a generous rain with perfume. The gutter sang, and the cloud made a river down the lane that briefly showed the sky to itself. The old woman left her sandals on the step and stood barefoot in the doorway to watch. The cloak hung where it could see everything, and would, she knew, be the right kind of cool when she needed it next. The porch became a ship with no need to move. She closed her eyes and felt the pillow under the world. The willow had learned the art of holding light without bragging. It bent over the marsh like a handwriting that had mastered its own script. The day was clear enough to hear the insects thinking. A crane came with that deliberate, ancient walk, each step placed as if the ground might be imaginary, and he had been tasked with confirming it. He landed on a branch that looked incapable of such responsibility. The branch dipped, considered its options, and decided not to fail. The crane balanced, folding his long legs into a geometry only cranes believe in. A boy had wandered there without agenda. He had been sent to fetch water and had time left over, which is the best kind of time. He saw the crane and the quiet around it, and something in him fell quiet to match. The wind moved the reeds in a pattern that looked like listening. The water forgot its previous conversation and smoothed itself to a brightness that either held the sky or didn't bother with it. It was hard to tell. The crane became still the way winter becomes itself. Not all at once, and then completely. It tucked its head into the space where neck meets wing and disappeared everything that wasn't necessary. The boy, with the rope of the bucket curled cold against his bare shoulder, held his breath because holding breath seemed like what the world had chosen. The pause lengthened until the boy could feel it in his fingertips, a hush that had heft like silk folded many times. He'd seen stillness before, sleeping dogs, old men with eyes almost closed, a cat pretending to be the absence of a cat. But this was a stillness that included movement inside it. His own heart beat, a small drummer in an empty room. The reeds quivered. A dragonfly wrote its bright brittle name in the air and then erased it. The crane's paws held all of this without spilling. A breeze arrived, the branch swayed, and the crane swayed exactly opposite. No hurry, no drama. The boy understood, in the way a body understands what a mouth will not be able to say later, that the crane was not holding still in defiance of the world. It was holding still with the world. The boy tried. He put the bucket down and put his feet on the ground with a respect he usually saved for shrines and grandmothers. He let his hands hang like clothes on a peg. He found the place between breaths where nothing asks for anything. For 6 heartbeats, it worked. He smiled, and the smile broke it. He tried again, and the smile stayed inside and helped. A frog jumped, failed to land on a lily pad it had overestimated, and swam away with complete composure. The crane unfolded its head, performed the impossible trick of becoming taller than before without gaining any matter, and stepped down to a shallower branch. It looked where cranes look, somewhere between water and sky, and the boy realized it was scanning for intent rather than for a particular thing. The crane lifted, placed feet on water as if it were a rumor, and then on a new rock, and then, tired of altruism, pierced the surface and came up with a silver idea in its beak. The silver fluttered into consent. The crane swallowed. The pause had fed itself. That night, when the boy lay on his mat, his thoughts tried their usual tricks. A teacher's complaint, a cousin's game he wasn't invited into, a sentence he heard that morning that had borrowed his attention and hadn't returned it. He remembered the crane. He put his head, in imagination, between his own wings. He made the space between breaths wide enough to sit in. In the pause, the thoughts became neighbors rather than burglars. They nodded at him and turned down their lamps. He slept the way a reed sleeps when the wind is polite. In the weeks that followed, he tried the crane in other places. When 2 boys argued over a ball and looked at him to be the judge that would make one of them feel taller, he put the pause in the space where their shoulders tensed. "Wait," he said, and the word opened a small plaza for fairness to stand. When his mother looked at a cracked bowl and a cracked morning with the same face, he held the pause with her until her hands remembered how strong they were. When he tripped and scraped his knee and anger rose the way heat rises off a road, he paused at the edge of the rise and watched it without feeding it. and the anger wandered off to find something tastier. Years took a slow, generous path. The boy grew into somebody else and kept a part of the marsh in his pockets. In a workshop where wood had its own stubborn opinions, he listened to the grain before he let the saw speak. Between measurements, he paused. The board told the truth more often when he did. With friends, he learned to place a pause between impulse and reply. Not to be clever. Cleverness is a quick animal, but to be exact in kindness. At the market, when sellers tried to knot their urgency with his, he paused and untied his end. He bought what he needed and wished everyone well without adopting their noise. He returned some evenings to the willow, taking care not to make a devotion out of it, because even good devotions can ask for too much. Sometimes the crane was there, or a descendant of that stillness, or a heron with different shoes and the same patience. Sometimes there was only the reed's gossip and a spider stitching a repair. He would stand until standing became the pause, and then the pause would become a friend who did not mind if he left first. Late in life, when breath is a treasure counted in fewer coins, he woke one night to the regular news in the chest that people call fear. He tried the pause and found it. The crane had waited for him patiently. He made a space and sat in it and put the fear there without asking it to be quiet. It spoke for a while, as fears will, about unfinished roofs and unfinished friendships and the possibility that nothing is ever finished. The pause listened, and in listening, became the kind of pond that keeps the moon intact even when the wind comes. He slept, and in the morning he went to the willow with a small offering, a single bright strip of cloth tied to a branch, not to claim anything, but to say, "I saw the pause you keep. Thank you for letting me borrow it." The wall was a long, white thought across the courtyard, and in it was a simple omission, a rectangle of nothing tall enough for the tallest to pass without lowering their heads, and wide enough for two friends to enter beside one another without making a plan. There were no hinges, no lintel that creaked, no door to be opened or closed. From the lane, you saw a slice of trees and a piece of sky beyond, like a promise that did not need a salesman. From inside, you saw the street and its honest traffic, offered without demand. Some visitors paused. A gate without a door confuses the part of the mind that believes everything important must have a handle. They stood before the opening and waited for permission that would not arrive because the space had already given it. Others walked through as if they had always belonged on both sides. A boy traced the edge of the opening with a piece of chalk until it looked like the outline of an invisible door. He drew a knob too, then laughed and rubbed it away with his palm, and stepped in and out a few times to learn the feeling. The caretaker had a broom and a seat and a face that did not hurry. He kept the threshold clean, not as a test, but as hospitality. Dust falls in love with openings, he liked to say, because they are places where outside and inside flirt and things get a little complicated. He swept leaves toward the garden and watched how people changed once they had stepped through. The same person, 10 breaths apart, sometimes wore 2 different weights. A skeptic arrived one day, the kind of man who had learned facts by the pound and laughed at feathers. He stood with his arms crossed and announced to the air, "It's just a gap." The caretaker nodded. Exactly. The man frowned because the punchline had been stolen. He entered, still a little angry, and inside he found himself angrier at nothing in particular. And then he laughed at that, and the laugh did the useful service of setting his shoulders back down. The opening taught by doing nothing. A cart, high with straw, might try to squeeze and lose a tuft that then smelled like summer against the white wall for an hour. 2 women, deep in talk, would enter still deep in talk and find themselves speaking more softly without deciding to, A dog would test the line with its nose, because dogs are scientists of air, and then wag through with a branch it had carried too long. In a storm, the rain went where rain wanted, and the threshold became a river for a few minutes, and then a mirror for an afternoon when the sun came back to apologize. In spring, somebody had the idea to hang lengths of cloth across the top of the opening. Not a door, not a curtain, just small flags that would celebrate the way wind likes to talk with fabric. The squares were blue and white and green, and their hems learned the taste of dust and the touch of fingers and the teeth of weather. They sang and then frayed and were replaced. Children ran under them and reached up, wanting to be included in the song. In winter, someone painted the inner edge of the opening red, a thin line like a vein, and the red made the white wall look whiter and the air look more eager to enter. A day arrived when repairs were needed on the far side of the courtyard, tiles that had become opinions rather than roof. Workmen came with planks and jokes, and the gaffer's habit of shouting names that always sounded wrong. For a week, a temporary door was set in the opening to keep falling dust where it belonged. Hinges arrived like a borrowed accent. The door swung and complained like an old man or a young one. People knocked by reflex. The caretaker watched the knocking and remembered how noise invites more noise. The work finished and the door was removed, and the silence returned with the relief of someone who has been allowed to sit after standing too long. Not everyone liked the exposure. A woman who had been hurt by unpredictable entries lingered outside, peered in, peered out, peered in again, as if watching the tide. The caretaker stepped into the opening, not to block, not to beckon, just to stand with her at the line that had become not just a gap, but her gap. "It isn't a trap," he said, as if describing the weather. She nodded without conviction. Later that week, he found a small stone at the threshold, placed exactly in the middle. He left it there, and for a while she stepped over it like one steps over an unspoken memory. Then one day the stone had rolled away, and she did not look for it. Rituals formed and dissolved without needing names. A man touched the right side of the opening each morning as he left, fingertips tapping the plaster like a promise made to nobody in particular. A girl ran with a book in her hand and jumped the last foot of the distance into the courtyard, because flying the smallest amount made reading feel larger. A monk paused at the edge and took one breath before entering, not to purify anything. Purity is a job for water, but to notice he was moving from one kind of space into another kind, and that noticing made both places kinder. Sometimes the opening changed the weather of a conversation. Two men with too much talk approached, and when they stepped through, one sentence thinner than the rest fell off and lay on the ground like a snake's old skin. They did not miss it. Lovers walked through in a private weather that nobody had any business measuring. An old woman stood and watched 3 children go in, and then come out, and then go in again, and thought of her own doorways, and how many she had closed behind her, and how many had closed behind others, and how this one would not shut, and would not shut her out. On a market day, a travelling carpenter stopped and admired the simple joinery of the wall itself. He ran a finger along the edge, the right angle softened by wind, and asked the caretaker, "Who built the gate?" The caretaker pointed at the mason's grandson, tossing a ball against a step. His grandfather, and everyone who has been walking through since. The carpenter nodded, because this was the kind of answer carpenters like to pocket. A swallow took to flying through the opening from the garden toward the lane, then up and around and back again, catching insects that had not expected to be hunted in a philosophy. Its shadow drew a moving door on the ground that people were glad to step through. Evening made the opening into a painting. Beyond it, the sky turned copper and then roped itself to the first star. Lanterns inside sent a square of gold out onto the lane, and a square of indigo came in and lay on the tiles. The caretaker leaned his broom and sat, ankles crossed, watching the boundary behave like a friend you trust to borrow your coat. People continued, as they always had, to decide whether to pause and whether to cross. Breath went out and in and out again, stepping through the same opening, no hinges, and nobody asked it to knock. Festival night unfolded the way a flower does when nobody is watching, petal by petal, lantern by lantern. The river had been groomed all afternoon by boys with long poles and fathers in rolled sleeves, teasing away a winter's worth of sticks and secrets so the water would carry what it was asked to carry. On the bank, long tables took the place of fences, paper, thin as breath, weighted in neat stacks. Brushes slept in bowls. Wax cooled in copper cups. Someone had tied strings of bells between two poplars, and now they chimed for every errand, making even the fetching of twine sound ceremonial. She arrived before the sun had completely let go of the day. In her hands, she carried nothing more than a folded handkerchief, and the carefulness she had practiced all week. A volunteer pressed a small wooden base into her palm, the size of a palm really, with a stick rising at the center like a stem. Around her, lanterns began as bones and became bodies, ribs of thin bamboo, sleeves of paper that remembered lotus petals and the way moonlight chooses edges. Children stamped their feet to keep the evenings cool from climbing their shins. An old man, calligrapher by posture if not by trade, sat with a brush held as gently as one holds a bird, writing names and short prayers that didn't look like requests so much as greetings. When it was her turn, she did not give the old man a name. She said, "For a friend I miss," and the old man nodded, as if this were a name the brush had written 1,000 times. He drew a single character that meant near, and another that meant far, and a third that meant together. And they held hands on the paper the way children do when they cross a road. She pressed the paper around the ribs and tied it off with cotton thread, and when she set the little candle into its tin saucer, her fingers remembered other small acts done carefully, fastening a button on a coat that no longer hangs in the hall, turning the key on a box that holds 2 letters and a ribbon. Night opened. In the houses up the hill, windows gathered amber. The river learned the shape of darkness. Someone touched a taper to her candle, and a wick took breath. The tiny flame performed the same surprise it always performs, how something so small can be so complete. A volunteer told her to wait a moment because the wind had not decided from which side it wanted to arrive. She cupped the lantern not to own it, but to lend it weather. And when the wind chose and then softened, she carried the lantern to the water. The river accepted the lantern with the shy pleasure of a hand receiving a cup from another hand. The current took it, not rudely, just decisively. It joined the first 5 and then the first 50, each small house of light keeping its own quiet while agreeing to travel in company. The bells in the poplars rang once, a sound like delicate laughter. A child squealed and then remembered to be quiet because the night is a listener. The woman's lantern bobbed and straightened, as if nodding at each stone's opinion of the river's speed. Beside her, a grandmother held 2 lanterns for 2 names and let them go together. A boy released one and then ran along the bank to keep up, waving until he realized the lantern could not see him. A fisherman, with hands tuned to rope, set a lantern in memory of the fish that had fed him. He bowed to the water as if it were an elder. The calligrapher stood with his brush hand empty and watched the characters he had made become part of the moving script. She walked along the path, that flirted with the river and felt something in her chest choose a slower gait. The lantern she had set afloat drifted into a little lee where the bank jutted and seemed for a moment to prefer staying. She did not reach with a stick or make a wish that involved controlling the bend. A boy with a pole nudged the water just enough, and the lantern considered his suggestion and agreed, travelling on. She laughed under her breath, a sound she recognised as her own even though she hadn't made it in a while. She thought about her friend, and the mind did what minds do, stitched scenes from scraps. A summer of lemons and a chipped blue bowl. Laughing too loud in a place that only wanted a smile. The sudden quiet at that one cafe where the back door opened to a garden, and somebody burned a pan of sugar so the whole afternoon smelled like almost caramel. No need to decide whether the friend had gone far or simply gone elsewhere in the same town. Missing wears the same coat in both weathers. The river gathered more lights. The first 100 became 2 and then 3, and the water learned to hold them without swallowing their separate reflections. From a distance, the people on the bank were the dark. The river was the stars. Lanterns bumped and apologized, bumped and did not apologize. A few leaned until one side drank. Helpers waded calf deep and set them right again. A couple argued in the hush of their faces and then stood with their arms touching, while their 2 lanterns refused to stay apart. A stray dog, the colour of toast, stepped between legs, accepted a pat, declined a name. She reached a bend where current grew assertive, no brutality, just confidence, and sat on a bench. The lanterns rounded the curve with a shared decision that looked like grace. A breeze stepped onto the scene and the lights quivered, then steadied. Her eyes watered once, and then were tired of watering. It was not the kind that leaves you empty. It was the kind that leaves you rinsed. She breathed as if the candle in her chest also needed oxygen, and also deserved to be small and not be blamed for being small. At the bridge, paper wishes tied to its rails tapped one another like teeth in a mild cold. She touched a few with 2 fingers and let them tell her their soft bragging. A healthy child, a quarrel that never returned, a harvest that surprised everyone, including the soil, the name of someone who had chosen not to stay and therefore visits every day. She did not add a wish, not because she had none, but because there was already a lantern floating that said all the words in the language of flame. Downriver, someone waded in hip-deep to rescue a lantern caught in a knot of twigs. He lifted it by its base like a bird and set it free, water unbuttoning from its paper skin. He pushed his wet hair back with one hand and grinned at nobody in particular, assuming the river had wanted him to get damp. Musicians near the willow started a tune that refused to be important. Drum like a heartbeat that had learned manners, flute like a straw through which the night sipped, a low string that reminded everyone what Earth sounds like under everything. She bought a sweet bun from a girl with flour on her cheek and took 2 bites, then felt it was right to put the rest in her pocket and feed it to the morning. A man with rosemary stitched into his coat pocket walked past, and the path smelled briefly like a garden that had read a cookbook. Above, the sky tried on a darker coat and kept it. A thin crescent moon hung like a trimmed nail. People spoke less. The river did the speaking. A line of light went where the river went and did not hurry as much as she used to think rivers did. The further the lanterns travelled, the more at peace they looked, as if the act of moving together had taught them how to move at all. When she finally turned back toward the steps, her lantern was somewhere she could no longer see, which is one of the definitions of trust. She paused at the edge and thanked, not a person, not a god, The night, the paper, the slow forgiving water, the fact that so many people carried their not quite words to the same place and set them down and watched them go. On the way home, she could still smell wax, faint as a memory of bees. Behind her, the river kept sowing the same seam, light into dark, dark into light, sending it farther and farther until the sea, which keeps all stories without judgment, would learn a little more about the village and a little more about her and keep both gently. The first drop arrived as if it had knocked, a small sound on the thatch, tup, and then the answering sound as the thatch considered and welcomed, tup. The farmer lifted his head from the ledger he did not love and listened. Another, two together. A hesitating run like a careful child on the stairs. He put the pencil across the page and went to the door. The yard had been wearing its thirst openly, dust that rose at the thought of feet, leaves with a dullness where shine used to live, a hen's comb paler than ceremony. Now the air had the odour of the first day of school, old chalk and freshly wetted stone, the world suddenly patient. Rain stitched itself lightly across the hard ground, thread that did not pull too tight. He stepped out and lifted his palm and felt 3 cool points, then 5, then too many to count, spaced like respectful neighbours. It was not the kind that drums its opinion into barrels and draws trenches in an afternoon. It was not the merit badge rain that makes men in hats slap each other's shoulders and point to the cistern with hope's bright teeth showing. It was a listening rain. The roof answered it with syllables the farmer could translate. Here, here, there, good, enough. The gutter started speaking old tin. The bucket under the eave played a tune after 24 drops, found courage, and agreed to make music together. Plink, 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 with rests between that made the notes matter. He looked out over what he called the field and what the field called itself. Patches of green had been stubborn all summer. Patches of brown had been honest. He had spread straw in lame quilts where seedlings needed a chance to dream. He had watched clouds promise and then decide to marry other hills. He had sat with his back against the cistern and made honest inventories. Seed bought too early. Seed bought too late. Seed bought with the wrong kind of prayer stitched into the sack. He had been young enough to be proud when weather matched his plans, and old enough now to be grateful when it didn't break his heart. The rain got down to the level of dust and spoke kindly to it. The dust, which had been quick to run away at the smallest invitation, decided to stay and be soil again for an hour. Across the yard, the dog, scholar of doorways and sun patches, considered the threshold, then lay down so that his paws were in the wet and his body in the dry, a compromise most sages would envy. 2 swallows wrote their names in the new air at cross purposes and did not argue about who was right. He filled the kettle without measuring and set it on the stove. Steam, when it came, would pretend to be more than water, and he would allow it. He pulled a stool to the open door and sat where the rain could speak and not scold. A loose shutter admitted a tiny draught and announced itself. Tack, tack, tack. He would fix it when the wood agreed. He would fix it when the rain finished explaining itself. The sound on the roof began to layer. Far pitch for the far eaves, near pitch for the porch just there, the high tick of raindrops deciding to see what the nailheads were like and being surprised. A drip made its case in the corner where last winter's storm had persuaded a seam to shift. He placed a bowl beneath it and made a truce. You fall there. I won't make a mood about you for one night. The first drop hit with the seriousness of an appointment met. Then another, each separated by the exact amount of time needed for a thought to form and be let go. Plip. I should have planted buckwheat. Plip. I can still plant buckwheat. Plip. It might not take. Plip. It might. Tea reached its right voice. He poured and sat with the warm bowl in his hands, the way someone holds a small animal that could leave if it wanted. The rain grew in confidence, but not ambition. The path darkened to the colour of good bread. The yard's brooms of hardy grass lifted their heads like congregants who had been caught sleeping and were now alert to the sermon. The persimmon leaves rimmed themselves with wet and learned their green all over again. He remembered a summer of feast, the only word for it, when the grain stood shoulder tall and chaff flew like gold promises into the blue. He remembered a summer of less, standing under the same sky with the same hands and needing to walk farther each day to collect enough. He remembered too the year the flood arrived sideways, not from the river as it should have, but from the hill, the field, unlearning its flatness in an afternoon. He had learned the handful that any farmer learns if the years are allowed to go on. Soil likes modesty, and plans like to be laughed at kindly. It was a small thing, this rain, and exactly sized to happiness. The kettle, empty sooner than he thought possible, clinked in the sink like a cheer. He opened the window wider, letting the air change the room's mind. The old calendar on the wall swelled at its corners. The ledger, waiting where he'd left it, looked apologetic and forgivable. The roof found its evening tempo, a poet tapping the desk. Soft, soft, pause, soft again. He put on his hat and stepped out to see what had changed in the 5 minutes he had been still. Everything. Moss that had been keeping a low profile lit itself with a whisper. The path learned to be darker in the centre and lighter at the edges, as if wearing a sash. The scent of penny royal and damp earth and chicken feathers braided itself into a rope and pulled his shoulders down from around his ears. He walked to the bean rows and ran 2 fingers along a leaf, as if checking the forehead of a child who claimed to be well. Water beaded, quivered, and refused to be hurried. The beans lifted their joints and remembered to grow. A neighbour appeared at the fence with a hat so old it had opinions. Not enough to boast, the neighbour said by way of hello. Enough to listen, he said back. They spoke of nothing, which meant everything. The way the road takes a curve after rain, the way the low spot will still be a low spot tomorrow, the way weather has its own religion and its kindness throws a shadow long enough to cover 2 men with tea cooling in their hands. When the neighbour left, the dog rose and shook once for the principle of it, making the air around him glitter. Evening folded itself in. He propped the window with a stick and lay down with his ear toward the roof. The rain slowed and wore its nightshirt, drops spaced for sleep. The drip in the bowl at the corner adopted a new rhythm as the leak considered a career change and blew a small bubble. He closed his eyes and entered the dark that was not empty but full. Crickets counting without hurry, gutters taking attendance, the fence post offering its resin-sweet breath. In the half-drift before sleep, he saw his worries wearing little hats made of rain. They walked past him, tipped their hats with comical dignity, and continued on, leaving their wet footprints on a floor that would dry by morning. He dreamed of his father returning from a field with a shovel over his shoulder and no opinion about weather beyond the right ones. It came, and it didn't, and we'll try again. He dreamed of seeds swelling quietly, tiny astonishments taking the first vow plant's take to push up. He dreamed of the sound the house made when it knew it was forgiven for being old. Near dawn, the rain stopped without scolding or applause. The roof sighed once, a long, contented animal settling. He rose before the sun took a firm stand and stepped outside into an air that could be sliced with a spoon. The world wore a sheen of newness, beloved of children and old men. He set the bowl from the leak on the step for a stray cat to drink, hospitality as a circle, and tilted his head to see if he had kept any of the nights quiet. He had. He carried it to the shed, to the rose, to the ledger, to the day that would ask just as much as it would give, and maybe a little less. It was enough. The dust, respectfully quieted, would have its say another noon. For now, the earth smelled like a promise given without a need to be believed. At midday, the market was already a river with many voices. Canvas roofs breathed, ropes creaked, knives chimed against boards, and 100 pans told the same story differently. She stepped into the current in grey robes the colour of calm weather, sandals quiet as folded hands. The heat was honest. Flies had opinions. Somewhere a man tuned a 3-string lute and decided the air was in C. She started with pears because pears were what the day wanted. The cellar stall was a square of shade layered with green smell. Pears leaned into pears like kind thoughts collecting. He held one up by the stem and tilted it so the light could prove its case. Freckled skin, a bruise like a memory, a curve that would fit the palm's idea of yes. She tested weight with both hands and nodded. Coins changed pockets with a soft clink that made the seller's shoulders loosen. "Thank you," she said to the man, and also to the scale, and also to the shade, giving the words evenly as if they were water. She moved on without hurry. Children dashed past with a string of bells looped around an ankle, the bells reporting honestly to the day. Tink, tink, here we are. She stepped aside, and the bells passed through her shade. "Thank you," she said to the children, and to the bells for keeping track of their joy. At the knife grinders, sparks skated off a dull blade into a tin tray that looked pleased to be useful. She watched 2 passes of the wheel and felt the small relief of a thing returning to what it could do well. "Thank you." To the grinder, to the wheel, to the bucket that kept the metal cool. The fishmonger sang his inventory as if to keep fish from being too surprised by air: eel, carp, small silverfish whose name changed with the season. She didn't buy, she listened. She thanked the salt for giving the fish another day on ice, the paper for becoming temporary sea. At the umbrella menders, ribs of bamboo made their small xylophone. A needle bit, let go, bit again. "Thank you," she said to the thread for trusting the hole it had to pass through. Noise pressed. She did not make it smaller. She widened her hearing until it was a bowl that could hold pans and bargaining, and a donkey's patient complaint, and a mother making language out of shushing. The sound stopped being one thing and became weather. Gratitude loosened the weave, air moved through. She stood at the tea stall and the boy with the kettle sloshed a little into the saucers, nervous with his new job. "Thank you," she said to the tea for remembering hills and hands, and to the kettle for practicing boiling and not burning. She let herself be moved and also chose. A seamstress ran her machine with the heel of one hand, the other hand feeding cloth without looking. A hem slid out and took a breath. "Thank you," to the metal teeth that knew when to bite and when to release. A potter had brought bowls still dusty from the kiln, chalk soft where glaze hadn't reached, thrown just thin enough to be light, just thick enough to be forgiving. She lifted one and tapped her nail against the rim, the note of a good idea. "Thank you," she said to the clay that had remembered river, to the fire that had remembered restraint. At the edge where market met temple wall, a man sat weaving baskets from reeds cut this morning. His thumbs were conversations. He pushed the over into the under, and the under into the over, until a vessel appeared that could carry pears or worries depending on who picked it up. She put her palm to the new rim and thanked the reeds for becoming strength by becoming empty. In the lane, a vendor of incense fanned smoke toward the crowd, a small silvery blessing without a sermon. She paused to let a ribbon of it pass her face and felt how scent can be a memory that hasn't decided what to belong to. She thanked the smoke, and the hand that had fanned it, and the small coal that kept a seat warm for fragrance. A cloud walked between sun and market, and a softer light arrived. The pear seller glanced up, and the pears took a deeper breath. She felt the market breathe with them, dogs lifting heads, the donkey reconsidering. Someone who had meant to be harsh lowering his price by accident. She thanked the cloud privately, and it moved on, as clouds do, not needing to be hired to do its work. Coins told their bright truth in her palm, enough for rice, enough for soap, enough for a small luxury she would not choose. She bought 2 needles from the woman whose lips counted without moving, because monks mend like anyone else. Thank you to the needles for their future patience with thread and mistakes. A basket brushed her sleeve. She thanked the basket. A shoulder made room, and she thanked the habit of kindness that had trained that shoulder. An old man cleared his throat in the key of worry, and she thanked him for telling the air and not the next person. By late afternoon, the market was no quieter, but she was. Gratitude had changed how things arrived. Loudness came without edges. She couldn't tell whether she had become larger or everything else had become gentler. It didn't matter. She bought her pears at last, 3 for balance, and the seller slipped a 4th into her bag the way generosity prefers to happen, as if distracted. She did not refuse the 4th. Refusing confuses a gift. She bowed a little to him and to the day. On the way home, she shared 1 pear with a boy who had misplaced his bells. He bit and widened his eyes, and then tried to be modest about widening his eyes. She bit hers on the temple steps in a square of shade that belonged to whoever respected it. The skin gave, the juice placed a bright coin on her tongue. Sweetness without apology. It tasted of sunlight in leaves, of river carrying weight through roots, of hands that do exact work in the hour before dawn, of shade, of bells, of a market that had not changed at all and had become a song she knew by heart. She said thank you with her mouth full, and the fruit did not mind. She ate the second later, slicing it with a small knife and sharing the pieces with novices who wanted to ask about gratitude and instead kept chewing, which was the answer. The third sat on the sill overnight and perfumed the room with readiness. In the morning, while the market woke itself into noise again, she carried the last pear back to the cellar in a small bowl as if returning a borrowed book. He laughed and shook his head, but took the bowl because bowls like to travel, and the day began where the day had left off, which is to say under the same sky, within the same river of voices, with the same practice of saying thank you to everything that touched the day. The bridge arched over the slow river with a confidence that had been earned 1 stone at a time. From the bank, you could see how the curve found itself. Stones leaning into stones, each one a nod the next understood. The keystone at the top wore its purpose like a calm expression. On hot days, it held bare feet and whispers. On cold mornings, it held frost that mapped veins across its back. Beneath, the water read the bridge's sentence and repeated it kindly, softening the consonants around the piers. Swallows nested in the hollows under the arch. Small dark commas that flew out, wrote sky, and returned. Moss found places where rain paused and made green thoughts in the seams. In spring, A thin grass grew from a crack that had once been a line of mortar and now was a city for roots. People crossed the bridge with loads and with empty hands. A baker dusted white at the cuffs, a boy with a cane fishing pole and the intention to stay too long. A woman who walked as if counting. An old man who stopped at the Crown every day to examine the weather from a new height and remember a name he didn't need to say aloud. The mason came on a morning warm enough to soften chalk. He carried a trowel, a mallet, a brush for dust. His apron had stains that were maps of other bridges and one wall that had declined to be straight. He knelt where a crack had widened under last winter's freeze and spoke to the stone with his knuckles before he spoke to it with lime and sand. "You've been busy," he said, hearing how water makes more engineers than schools do. He mixed mortar with river water, the river glad to give. Lime hissed, sand listened, trowel lifted and laid. He did not rush because the bridge would be here after lunch and after another season, and likely after his grandson's second child learned to walk across it. He cleaned the joints with the patience of someone reading a letter from a relative who writes in a narrow hand. He dampened stone so it would not drink too eagerly and starve the new mortar. When a swallow scolded him for being near its door, he apologized out loud and meant it. Plants grew from the smallest places. He did not love all of them. Some roots pry and pry until the story changes. Those he lifted gently. He carried them to the bank and pressed them into soil by the willow whose roots like company. "Grow here," he said, and the plants agreed because he had asked with a damp hand. Others he left, small ferns that held mist as if it were treasure, a spray of chickweed that looked like the bridge's thought balloon. He brushed their leaves with the back of his fingers, and the leaves forgave him for being stone-minded most days. "Grandfather," a child called from the bank, and he waved his trowel in greeting. The boy came up with a pocket full of flat skimming stones and tried to be solemn. "Can I help?" The mason nodded and pointed to the brush. "Dust," he said. The boy brushed. Dust lifted and made little galaxies before settling on his own knees. "Why does it crack?" the boy asked. "Because it's alive," the mason said. And the boy believed him because the bridge felt warm under his palms and had birds and plants and people inside it. Travelers crossed while they worked. A woman with bundles balanced like arguments stepped carefully between trowel and bucket. He stood to let her pass. She thanked him as if he had given her an inch of new road. A cart rolled over, the wheel thumping once at the place where a stone announced itself too boldly. The mason made a note in his head where notes live until the next day or the next. A wedding came, bright as coins, red ribbon, flowers, a young couple whose feet had not yet learned the bridge's centre. They paused on the crown, and the crowd paused with them, and for a breath, the whole village stood on the same curved word. Someone tossed a handful of petals off the parapet. The petals fell and made a brief, unnecessary ceremony on the water. The mason smiled and pressed mortar into a joint, and the day moved on gently. At noon, he sat straddling the parapet with his feet toward the river, and ate bread that tasted like ovens and cheese, that tasted like cows correcting your posture with their eyes. He chewed and patted the warm stone as if it were a shoulder that had done a good morning. A man with a violin stood at the far end and played for his lunch. Something like river, something like bridge, something like an old man's laugh. The tune crossed without paying a toll and returned with interest. A thunderstorm convinced the horizon in the afternoon. Rain came considerate at first and then with ambition. The bridge darkened, stone pulling water in to remember it for later. The river lifted its voice and then its body. The mason stood under the arch with his tools and watched how the current respected the piers, how eddies curled in pockets as if to rest before rejoining effort. He checked the undersides, where scouring tries to negotiate behind your back. The bridge took the storm the way a chest takes a deep breath and lets it go. When the rain moved its argument downriver, the mason climbed up and ran his palm along the parapet. The stone answered with a rough, honest skin. He found a place where an earlier repair had been too proud. He rubbed it down so the line of the bridge would stay a single sentence. He set a small scallop shell into wet mortar near the keystone. He did this sometimes, a quiet signature that only the attentive would find later. The boy discovered it at once and crowed. "How long will it stay?" "Until it doesn't," the mason said. "That's long enough." He told the boy the story of forces with the language of bread. Compression is your hands pressing the loaf together. Tension is pulling it apart. A good arch eats compression for breakfast and leaves no crumbs. The boy demonstrated by making an arch with his fingers, and then with his arms, and then with his entire back. The bridge, patient with instruction, held all three demonstrations without comment. Evening burnished the stones into warmer colours. People heading home took the bridge into their steps as if into their sentences. Less stumble, more glide. A cyclist bumped up, crossed with a hum of spokes, then bumped down and did not curse. The mason packed his tools and brushed grit from the curve. He bowed, not to the bridge alone, but to the plants in the seams, to the swallows that made punctuation under the arch, to the river that forgave everything and kept score only in silt. Strength and softness shared the same address here. He touched the stone once more and felt heat stored like an ember, then the cooling that meant night would be kind. In the deep dark, when even the river lowered its voice, the bridge dreamed in its materials, of hands carrying stones up planks, of lime-stinging skin, of jokes told with mouths full of nails, of winters that taught patience, and summers that taught celebration, of footsteps it had memorized and would hear again, in patterns so reliable a mason might one day fix a crack with his eyes closed. In the morning, it would wake with the town and lift the first footfall as it lifted the last, exactly enough, no more and no less, the way good things work when nobody is watching. A single flame kept its small citizenship at the center of the room. The candle was beeswax, the color of clover honey, ribbed from being rolled by hands that had known the quiet satisfaction of making. The reader sat with the book spread open and the spine consenting. Words climbed from the page and took their places in the mind like guests who know where their chairs are. Behind the words was the faint music of the wick, a soft, almost invisible hiss, the sound a moth would make if it were made of air instead of dust. The candle made its own weather. Near the wick, heat lifted and shaped the air into a glass nobody had blown. At the rim of the little lake of melted wax, a meniscus held tension the way a patient lip holds a story. The flame leaned now and then, answering remarks from the window seam, then stood as if remembering. Shadows practiced their calligraphy on the wall, the outline of a hand turning a page, the slope of a shoulder learning to rest. The book told a calm tale, and then another inside it, of a road that had learned to be dusty and of a woman whose quiet made neighbors kinder. The reader turned the page, and the paper's small shush was a wave on a pond. Words softened as they were placed inside. Some changed under this roof into better versions of themselves. Worry into noticing, duty into care, waiting into breathing. Wax surrendered itself exactly where it must. It pooled, it fed the wick, It forgot its shape without regret. The wick grew a little cap, a mushroom of use. When the reader tipped the candle a hair to encourage balance, the flame performed again the trick of flicker without panic and returned to its work. The room smelled faintly of summer fields and of the particular scent that lives in a snuffed candle even before it is snuffed, the future memory of a breath. Outside, night organized itself. A bicycle passed with a single click like a cricket wandering about iron. Someone closed a drawer in another house and the sound traveled as if it were carrying information important enough to cross streets. A cloud paused in front of the moon and light rewrote itself on the sill. The reader took these facts in with the same grace given to sentences, letting each find its shelf without being asked to justify itself. The flame shortened. The wick found the end of a thought and continued patiently, a scholar tracing the last lines by memory. The pool of wax widened, then narrowed. The candle's shadow on the wall lifted its chin and then lowered it. Time was doing its job so quietly that no one felt bossed. The reader closed the book between breath and breath and placed a slip of paper in the story as if telling it, "I'll be back." The cover made that familiar sound, soft, decisive. The body of the chair understood and sighed in the tongue of joints. Hands smoothed the fabric where knees had leaned. A small habit of goodwill. The flame nodded. This is the part where old habit would reach for another chapter, another page, one more paragraph, a bargain with sleep that sleep always wins. The reader did not bargain. The last inch was a small theatre. The wick bent and righted, bent and righted. Wax thinned at one side and grew a clear lip. The flame opened wider, briefly extravagant, the way a singer lets the last note bloom before stepping back into the choir. A tiny black thread showed itself in the heart of the light. The reader watched and did not interfere. No finger poised, no rush, no stingy use of breath. When the light went, it went like a friend slipping out without insisting on goodbye. In the moment after, darkness was not an absence, but an arrival. Sight gave a little bow and handed the evening to other senses. The room continued. Wood held warmth. Floorboards remembered feet. Air kept its slight sweetness. And now another smell arrived. The fine, clean thread of blown-out candle, warm wick, a suggestion of smoke, a memory of bees folded into night. The reader set the book on the table by feel and found the bed by the map the body keeps. Outside, some soft continuance went on, the far dog making his 3 ceremonial barks, a cart speaking to a stone, leaves saying their quiet names to each other. Inside, cotton learned the shape of shoulder and hip, and the pillow offered its cool side before any request. The window, open a careful width, let the night come to the sill and rest its elbows there like a neighbour with better stories. The breath went in, the exact right amount, and came out, the exact right amount, without being asked to prove itself. In the drift between thoughts and sleep, an after-image of flame visited the closed eyes, a friendly orange coin that faded of its own accord. The story kept going somewhere under the ribs, less in words now than in ease. The dark held, full of rest, full of breath, full of the night's modest promises kept. The body, relieved of describing anything, became heavy in the most forgiving way, and what needed to be remembered itself without help. The house exhaled once, a partner in a shared project, and the reader followed that exhale toward the wider, softer room where pages turn themselves and no light is needed.